Chosen one. Heaven pressed pause on your scroll right now. You were not meant to stumble here by accident. The air itself stills around you, as if creation is waiting for you to finally listen. You are standing at the threshold of a new week. But this Monday is unlike any other. It carries a secret assignment from heaven. Be still, stay alone, and recognize that you have already won. For so long, you thought the waiting was punishment. The silence felt like abandonment. But the truth is this: God hid you because He was completing something sacred in you. You weren't being ignored. You were being guarded. You weren't being delayed. You were being refined. Every closed door, every unanswered message, every night when the room felt too quiet, those were divine tools shaping your strength in secret. Imagine this: a single seed buried deep in the soil. It looks forgotten, hidden beneath the earth, surrounded by darkness. But while no one is watching, the seed breaks, the roots stretch, and life begins underground. That's what this Monday is for you. Your breaking has already birthed your becoming. The heavens have seen your unseen battles. Every time you chose peace instead of retaliation, mercy instead of bitterness, restraint instead of reaction, the throne of grace took note. The angels recorded it, not as weakness, but as wisdom. You didn't lose, you outlasted. You may feel alone right now, but listen closely. Heaven often whispers before it announces. The quiet is where God deposits clarity. The noise of the crowd once drowned His voice, but in this stillness, you'll begin to hear again. It's like standing at the edge of the ocean at dawn. The waves still murmur, but the horizon glows with promise. This is the divine pause before victory. Don't rush it. Don't text back what God already told you to walk away from. Don't fill your silence with distractions. The throne has ordered rest for your soul today, because what's ahead requires peace, not panics. Many fight for victory, but few realize when the battle has already been won. You, chosen one, have crossed that invisible line. The warfare has ceased in the unseen. The adversary has no new weapons left. What remains now is stewardship, guarding your mind, protecting your peace, and refusing to re-enter battles that heaven already closed. Imagine a warrior who laid down his sword after the trumpet of triumph sounded, yet still swings at shadows. That's what happens when you keep fighting battles that no longer exist. Lay the sword down. Chosen one, this is not your war anymore, it's your witness. There is a sacred calm over your life right now. It may feel strange because you're used to surviving chaos, but peace is not a threat, it's a throne. Sit in it, own it, rest in it. The same silence that once felt like a tomb will become a womb of revelation. Let me tell you a story, a reflection of you. There was once someone who carried the weight of waiting so long that even hope felt heavy. Everyone else moved on, but they stayed. Monday after Monday, silence became their only companion. Then, one morning, without warning, peace filled the room. No fireworks, no applause, just stillness. And in that stillness, they realized they had already won. It was proclaimed in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That's the word for you today. You didn't win because you fought harder. You won because you didn't quit. The strength that carried you through nights of silence was never yours alone. It was the unseen hand of God, guiding you through the valley into victory. So take this moment seriously. Stay alone this Monday. Guard your peace like a crown. Let heaven rebuild your inner world while the outer world wonders where you've gone. Because when you return, you won't return the same. You finally won, and now, peace is your proof. If this word spoke to your spirit, like and share it, so another chosen one can find this moment of stillness. And before you scroll away, comment the number 1111 as a prophetic sign that you are standing in alignment with heaven's victory. Subscribe if you haven't yet, because what's coming next will prepare you for the next level of your calling. Your silence today is not empty, it's sacred. Heaven listens when you breathe slowly. Every sigh you release becomes a song of surrender, and every quiet thought becomes a prayer that moves unseen mountains. What feels like stillness is actually divine strategy. You are being positioned, not paused. The wind may not be loud, but it's real. It's shifting the dust around your feet, reminding you that even in silence, direction exists. Every chosen soul reaches a point where words no longer work, only worship does. This Monday is your altar. Stay there. Let peace do the talking. When the world calls and you don't answer, that's not pride, it's protection. Heaven guards what it values. And right now, you are under heavy protection. The enemy cannot interpret your silence, and that confuses him. That's why you must stay quiet long enough to let your spirit grow roots again. There's a radiant version of you waiting on the other side of this quiet. When you walk out of solitude, you'll walk lighter, sharper, and wiser. The very things that once drained you will lose their hold. This stillness is not the end of your story, it's the rewrite. Take one last breath before you move on from this moment. Feel the calm, the clarity, the completion. Monday has become holy ground beneath your feet. You didn't plan to win today, but heaven did. You wake up on this quiet Monday, and the first thing you notice is how heavy the air feels, yet strangely peaceful. It's as if the atmosphere itself has changed. There's no rush, no noisy, no demand to prove anything, just stillness. The kind of stillness that carries meaning. You don't realize it yet, but heaven is whispering in the silence. This kind of day doesn't come often. You've lived through seasons where every second felt loud, where your phone wouldn't stop buzzing, where opinions from others filled your thoughts, where even your prayers felt drowned out by anxiety. But today is different. The world has not gone silent. It's simply been turned down so that God's frequency can come through clearly. You've been asking for answers, haven't you? For signs, for clarity, for a signal that what you endured wasn't in vain. And instead of thunder or vision, heaven gives you this, a calm Monday morning. A room filled with quiet. It doesn't look like a miracle, but it is, because miracles don't always arrive with fanfare. Sometimes they arrive as peace. You sit there, perhaps by a window, watching the soft light filter through. It's almost like time has slowed. This is what divine whispers sound like. They don't come to the loud, they come to the listening. The silence you feel right now is not loneliness, it's language. God speaks fluently in quiet moments. The problem is, we often confuse his whisper for absence. But in truth, His whisper is the greatest sign of presence. Think about it when you were in pain, when your heart was loud with worry. He didn't shout over your storm. He waited for you to calm so that he could speak softly. You might remember the story of Elijah the prophet who expected to hear God in the wind, in the fire, in the earthquake. But God didn't come through any of that. He came through a still, small voice. That's what today is for you, the gentle voice that carries strength. You've entered what heaven calls the whisper zone. It's a spiritual frequency that only those who have survived the noise can hear. Not everyone can stand this level of quiet. It reveals too much. It forces you to confront the echo of your own thoughts. But that's exactly where revelation is born. In this silence, heaven reminds you of who you are. The labels that others gave you: too much, too little, too emotional, too ambitious, fade away. What remains is truth. You are chosen. You've carried fire through the flood and walked through shadows without losing your light. You didn't come out unscarred, but you came out anointed. Picture yourself standing in a vast valley at dawn, mist rising, air cool, earth breathing. There's no sound except your own heartbeat and the quiet hum of creation. That valley is your soul right now, resetting, recharging, realigning. This Monday, God is teaching you the sacred art of stillness. The world says movement means progress, but heaven knows that silence births strength. It's in stillness that vision grows roots. The heroes of faith, Moses, David, Mary, they all had seasons where silence taught them what words never could. And you, too, are being taught. Every unanswered prayer is not rejection, it's redirection. Every quiet hour is not wasted, it's investment. You are being tuned like an instrument. Each string stretched just enough to produce a new melody. Soon, when you speak again, your words will carry a resonance they didn't have before, because they'll be born out of quiet revelation, not reaction. Think back on your journey. The times you thought God was silent were often the times he was working the hardest. The roots of trees don't grow above ground where everyone can see them. They stretch deep in darkness where no applause exists. You are that tree. While others flaunted their leaves, heaven was deepening your foundation. It's in this silence that wisdom is poured. You begin to see what truly matters. The approval you once chased doesn't hold the same weight. The fears that once paralyzed you don't seem as loud. You start hearing something else instead, the quiet rhythm of divine timing. Sometimes, God withdraws you from the crowd, not to punish you, but to purify your perception. You've been surrounded by so many voices that it became hard to distinguish truth from noise. Now, in this solitude, you can finally discern the voice that has been calling your name all along. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." That's the essence of today. Be still and know, not feel, not assume, not overthink, know. Knowledge that God is with you doesn't always come with fireworks. It often arrives like a whisper that settles into your bones. You start realizing that this stillness isn't empty, it's inhabited. So you stay there a little longer. You breathe. You listen. You notice how your heartbeat slows down, how your thoughts soften, how your soul starts to unclench. You're beginning to feel the difference between isolation and invitation. The former drains you. The latter fills you. This is invitation. Soon, you'll look back on this Monday and realize it wasn't ordinary. It was the day you learned heaven's favorite sound, the sound of a quiet heart that finally hears. You don't need thunder to confirm what's already true. The quiet itself is proof. Every breath you take in peace is a declaration that you've survived the storm and stepped into grace. The silence isn't empty, it's full of answers too, holy for words. Let this stillness mark you. Let it remind you that you don't chase God, you host Him. When your spirit grows calm, heaven feels close. And on this quiet Monday, that closeness is your victory. You've learned to listen in the silence. And now heaven begins to answer in ways you didn't expect. It's not through a voice booming from the clouds, but through small confirmations, moments that only your spirit can recognize. A message that finds you at the right time. A sudden peace that replaces panic. A memory that reminds you how far you've come. This is not coincidence. It's coordination from above. You've stepped into a sacred rhythm, one that only the chosen understand. There's a divine flow now guiding your steps. You used to chase clarity, but now clarity follows you. The confusion that once clouded your mind has lifted, and for the first time in a long while, you feel something pure direction. God is not revealing everything at once. He's unfolding it gently, like the pages of a letter addressed to your destiny. You're not meant to rush through it. You're meant to read it slowly, to feel each word with your spirit. Every day, you stay aligned. The next sentence becomes visible. Think of it like dawn breaking after a long night. The light doesn't flood in all at once. It rises gradually, revealing what darkness once hid. That's what's happening to you now, the slow unveiling of divine purpose. You once thought being chosen meant carrying the world alone. But being chosen doesn't mean isolation forever. It means transformation first. You had to be stripped of everything that was false so that truth could fit. Now, truth is dressing you in new strength, new calm, new authority. You are no longer who you were last season. This transformation can feel strange. You may look the same on the outside, but inside, you've become someone different, wiser, quieter, and far more dangerous to darkness. You don't argue anymore. You discern. You don't chase. You attract. You don't react. You rule. This new peace will confuse people who only knew you in pain. They'll wonder why you don't respond the same way, why their words no longer pierce like before. But that's because your armor has changed. It's not made of defense anymore. It's made of discernment. Let's pause here. You need to know that your victory is not a feeling. It's a fact. The shift you sense within is heaven's announcement that the battle is officially over. You've graduated from survival into sovereignty. This is what maturity in the spirit feels like: stillness without fear. You are walking proof that hidden seasons are holy seasons. You might remember how Joseph was misunderstood in his isolation. Yet when the moment came, every delay made sense. That same principle is at work in you now. Heaven never wastes a quiet soul. It builds empires from them. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 5, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. And this is your guiding word today. Trust without needing to explain everything. The silence you once questioned was actually a bridge being built under your feet. You didn't see it, but now you're walking on it. Think about it. Every season that hurt you was preparing you to carry peace without dropping it. Every unanswered prayer was training you to trust beyond logic. You didn't lose anything essential. You shed what couldn't go where you're going. So breathe. Let the process continue. The light that's guiding you will not dim halfway. You are being led into the fullness of your calling, step by step, revelation by revelation. Now pause one last time before this section ends. Place your hand over your heart. Feel that quiet rhythm. That's heaven's drumbeat inside you. Every pulse is a reminder that you're still chosen, still called, still protected. Comment, "I rise below." Say it not as a wish, but as a declaration, because rising is no longer something you're waiting for, it's something you're already doing. When you type those two words, it's not about the screen, it's about agreement. You're telling heaven you've heard the call and you're stepping into alignment. You rise today, not in noise, but in knowing. The same silence that once scared you is now your sanctuary. You rise quietly, deliberately, and with purpose. This rising isn't loud, it's steady. It's the kind of rising that doesn't ask for permission. You've been kept low long enough. But not because you were forgotten, because your roots needed depth before height. Every tear watered your foundation. Every disappointment strengthened your resolve. Now, you stand tall because heaven deemed it time. Rising doesn't always mean movement. Sometimes it's the still decision to no longer shrink. You're no longer apologizing for the anointing you carry. You've realized that humility doesn't mean hiding, it means holding your power with grace. That revelation alone separates you from who you were. It's not arrogance, it's awareness of divine placement. As you rise, the landscape around you begins to shift. People sense something different, even if they can't explain it. You no longer attract chaos because your spirit doesn't speak that language anymore. You attract purpose, alignment, and peace. The frequency of your heart has changed, and heaven responds accordingly. Think of an eagle that once nested in a low valley. It learned to survive storms, to adapt to scarcity. But the day came when the wind called it higher. That moment wasn't about flight, it was about identity. The eagle never forgot how to soar. It had simply been waiting for the right wind. You are in that moment now. The wind has arrived. Your rise will not be announced with noise, but confirmed through fruit. People will see stability where there used to be fear, wisdom where there used to be confusion. Your peace will speak louder than your past ever could. Let that peace do the talking. It carries heaven's authority better than any argument. So when you commented, "I rise," you didn't just type two words. You triggered a heavenly transaction. You entered a covenant between endurance and elevation. Every chosen one who whispers those words today aligns with divine motion. You rise not to impress the world, but to reflect the one who carried you through the waiting. This is the stage where silence begins to shape strength. You're no longer afraid of being unseen. You've realized that what grows in secret carries more weight than what shouts in the spotlight. The world might look quiet around you, but inside, there's a building, a stirring, a construction of destiny that words can barely touch. You used to equate stillness with delay, but now you see the difference. Delay is waiting for something to start. Stillness is recognizing that something has already begun. You are no longer waiting for God to move. He is moving in you. Every thought, every breath, every act of obedience is part of the architecture of your next chapter. There's a subtle awareness awakening inside you. You start noticing divine timing more clearly. Things that once made no sense now fit together like fragments of a mosaic. The pieces of confusion you carried for years finally begin to reveal an image, a picture of purpose. What once felt random was never random. It was rehearsal. It's strange how heaven works. The things you prayed would be removed: loneliness, loss, delay became the very instruments that sculpted your strength. The pain didn't disqualify you, it purified you. You've been washed by tears and trained by silence. Now you carry a calm that can't be taught in noise. Think back on your most silent nights, the ones that stretched too long, when you wondered if heaven had forgotten your name. Remember how you still showed up. You still prayed. You still hoped. That consistency was your offering. And heaven never ignores an offering made in faith. You may not have seen results at the time, but results were forming beneath the surface. Imagine a mountain during winter covered in snow. Still, lifeless to the eye, but deep within, under layers of ice. Rivers are still flowing. The mountain doesn't stop breathing just because the world grows cold. It waits. You are that mountain. Stillness didn't freeze your destiny, it preserved it. Every chosen one faces this hidden season. It's not a punishment, it's preparation for revelation. Before God shows the world who you are, He teaches you who He is. He strips away every source of validation that could compete with His voice. When no one else's approval remains, His whisper becomes enough. That's where true authority is born. You are learning to walk with confidence, even when applause is absent. You're learning that faith is not loud, it's loyal. It's showing up on a Monday morning when no one's watching. Choosing to pray, choosing to rest, choosing to believe again. That quiet endurance is a language heaven understands perfectly. In this silence, heaven is also reordering your vision. The things you thought you wanted are being replaced with what you actually need. There's a difference between desire and destiny. Désir chasse confort, destinée demande courage. That's why you had to lose what you lost. It was making you comfortable, not courageous. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 37, verse 7. Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. There's power in that verse. Wait patiently, not passively, not fearfully, but with quiet trust. While others rush ahead, you stay steady. The world might misinterpret your calm as complacency, but heaven recognizes it as confidence. You're not falling behind. You're walking in rhythm with divine timing. It's here, in this space between promise and manifestation, that the true strength of a chosen one emerges. You learn not to chase visibility. You understand that value isn't measured by noise, but by obedience. You stop needing everyone to understand your journey because you realize most couldn't handle the process it took to get you here. There's a kind of quiet authority that comes from surviving storms without bitterness. You now carry that. Your silence is not weakness, it's weight. People feel it when you enter a room. They sense that you've wrestled with angels and walked away transformed. That's why you no longer need to prove yourself. Proof is for the insecure. Peace is for the anointed. Your peace has become a shield. It protects you from reacting to every provocation. You've learned that not every noise deserves your attention. Some battles are fought best by staying silent. The enemy can't interpret peace, it confuses him. He expects anger, not stillness. He expects fear, not faith. When you choose stillness, you disrupt his strategy. That's why heaven keeps you hidden sometimes. The silence that surrounds you isn't a void, it's a veil. It keeps you protected while purpose finishes growing. When the time comes, the unveiling will be undeniable. But until then, remain under that covering of calm. Look at your reflection right now. There's light in your eyes that wasn't there before. That's not exhaustion, that's evidence. Evidence of grace, of growth, of quiet victory. You've changed from the inside out. The noise of the world can't dictate your rhythm anymore. You've learned heaven's tempo: slow, steady, Zufferein. So, rest in it. Let this silence continue to shape you. Let it make you unshakable. For the next chapters of your life, you will not need to chase doors. They will open at the sound of your obedience. The same silence that once felt unbearable will become the space where you hear heaven's strategy. You are learning the art of holy stillness, and that lesson will carry you farther than any rush ever could. You've walked through silence, and now something in the air feels lighter, like the moment right before sunrise when the world begins to glow. But the sun hasn't quite appeared yet. That's where you are, on the edge of light. You don't even realize how much you've changed, how much stronger you've become. But heaven sees it. The unseen victories, the quiet endurance, the small decisions to stay faithful, all of it has shaped you into someone new. You're not who you were last Monday. Your eyes see differently now. You used to look at delays and feel disappointment. Now, you look at them and see design. You used to ask, "Why me?" Now you ask, "What are you showing me?" That shift, so small, so subtle, is a sign that maturity has taken root. It's strange how transformation happens. It doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's just waking up one day and realizing you're no longer chasing validation. Sometimes it's noticing that peace feels more natural than panic. Sometimes it's being content to be unseen, because you finally know that being chosen doesn't require being recognized. You've spent so long trying to make sense of what you went through, but maybe the point was never to understand it, was to become. Every hardship was a brushstroke on the portrait of who you are now. And when heaven looks at you, it doesn't see the wounds, it sees the artwork. Think of yourself as a lighthouse standing on the shore. The storms that once terrified you now serve a purpose. They make your light visible. You used to fear the thunder, but now you realize, without the darkness, no one could see the glow. That's the mystery of divine purpose. Pain becomes illumination. There's a beauty in your journey that words can't fully capture. You've been the seed buried, the mountain under snow, the eagle waiting for the wind, and now, slowly, you are becoming the sunrise itself. The kind that doesn't ask permission to shine, it just does. But here's something important. Your story is not just for you. The strength you carry now was never meant to stay contained. Someone out there is standing exactly where you once stood, confused, weary, maybe even on the edge of giving up. And what you've received in the silence, they need to hear in their storm. That's why sharing your light matters. Not to boast, not to perform, but to remind someone else that dawn is real. When you share this message, you're passing the torch, saying, "I made it through the night, and so will you." You never know who might stumble across your words at the exact moment they're ready to quit. It's not about algorithms or numbers, it's about alignment. When you like or share something that speaks to your spirit, you're not promoting a person, you're echoing heaven's voice to someone who needs it. You're saying, "This message found me at the right time, maybe it'll find you too." That's how heaven moves quietly, through connection, one heart at a time. Look at where you are now. You've survived what once broke you. You've found strength in solitude. You've learned that sometimes the absence of noise is the greatest presence of God. The same stillness that used to scare you has become your safety. You sit in it now, like a throne. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 16. Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. That verse breathes truth into this very hour. Every hidden day has been renewal. While you thought nothing was changing, everything was transforming inside you. The stillness didn't weaken you, it rewired you. So take this peace and wear it like armor. Don't rush to fill the silence. Let it guide you. You're in a phase where rest is revelation. You don't need noise to prove progress anymore. Just being here, breathing calmly. Aware of your purpose, that's evidence enough. The world may still spin fast, but you no longer move with panic. You walk with rhythm now. You know that timing is sacred, and you trust that every delay carries divine precision. You no longer compete, you align. You no longer fear missing out, you fear disobeying peace. Think of your heart as a lantern. The oil that fuels it is faith. Every time you rest, you refill. Every time you trust, you burn brighter. And when the next storm comes, as the storms always do, you won't panic, you'll shine. You'll remember this Monday, this stillness, this holy awareness that you have already won. And when others ask you how you stayed strong, you'll smile softly and say, "I didn't. He stayed still. And God stayed strong for me." That's what victory really looks like, not conquering the chaos, but refusing to let it change who you are. If this light touched you, let it travel. Tap the like as though you were striking a match in the dark. Share it the way a lighthouse sends its beam across a stormy sea, so another soul might find shore. And subscribe as one plants a seed in good soil, choosing to stay connected to where hope keeps blooming. This is the quiet power of the chosen ones. They glow differently because they've learned to bow before light appears. They understand that the greatest roar in heaven often begins as a whisper on earth. And you right now are living proof of that sacred truth. If these words meet you where you are, let them sit in your heart for a while. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your peace. Just breathe. Just be. Just become. The world will catch up to your calm soon enough. This Monday carries a quiet current, something invisible but unmistakably divine. The silence that felt heavy yesterday now feels different, almost holy. You can sense heaven moving, not with noise, but with intention. Every breath feels aligned, every moment purposeful. You've entered a new layer of awareness, where you begin to notice that peace itself is a sign of victory. You're not waiting for blessings anymore, you're walking inside one. That's the revelation that unfolds when you learn to sit still long enough to listen. God doesn't need storms to prove He's present sometimes. He proves it through calm. You used to fear silence, but now you realize it's heaven's classroom. Stillness is where clarity grows. Every chosen one eventually reaches a moment like this, when everything external quiets down so the internal can speak up. It's here that you discover the voice that's been speaking beneath the noise all along, the one that says, "You made it. You are enough. You were never forgotten." Think about how rain falls in secret before flowers bloom. The ground drinks in silence before color appears. You are that ground right now, absorbing grace. Unseen by many, but deeply known by heaven. Something is growing beneath the surface of this stillness. Something that will soon emerge with undeniable proof that God was working even when you felt nothing. This solitude is shaping you into someone unrecognizable to your old self. You're learning to love without fear, to hope without evidence, to believe without needing signs. That's not weakness, that's mastery. It's the art of trusting when logic has no map. And slowly, you begin to remember that the one who called you didn't make a mistake. You were chosen for this exact rhythm of waiting, revelation, and rising. The silence wasn't to punish, it was to reintroduce you to your power. There's a sacred rhythm in this process. Heaven always hides before it reveals, prunes before it promotes, silences before it speaks. You were never behind. You were being tuned. And now, you're starting to resonate with heaven's tone. Imagine a harp left untouched in a quiet room. For months, it collected dust, unseen, unplayed. But when the musician returns and brushes off the silence, the first note it releases is purer than before. That's you. Heaven is about to play your life again. And this time, the melody will sound like restoration. The Word of God declares in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Oh, that verse isn't just a promise, it's a prophecy. The good work has already begun, and though you can't see its full shape yet, it's unfolding perfectly. You've walked through the uncertainty, and now you're standing on the threshold of completion. You may not feel finished, but heaven says, you are exactly where you should be. Take a breath right now and notice how your heart feels lighter than it used to. That's not coincidence, that's divine confirmation. You are walking in renewal, and the proof is peace. There's something beautiful about learning to recognize small miracles. A calm morning after a storm, a tear that turns into relief, a thought that shifts from fear to faith. These are the subtle signs of transformation. God doesn't always move through earthquakes. Sometimes he rebuilds through whispers. You are now walking with a steadier step because you've learned what truly matters. The noise of opinions can't move you anymore. The pull of comparison no longer distracts you. You've seen too much grace to doubt again. You used to measure your worth by what was visible results, reactions, recognition. Now you measure it by what is unshakable peace, patience, presence. That's how you know you've grown. The storms that once overwhelmed you now seem small compared to the calm you've cultivated. It's funny how heaven often prepares you privately for what will later happen publicly. The solitude you've endured has been training, not punishment. Every quiet morning, every unanswered prayer, every moment of stillness, it all added up to this strength you now carry quietly. You didn't even realize how heaven was shaping you while you were waiting. Think of a sculptor working with stone. From the outside, it looks like destruction pieces falling, fragments breaking away. But the artist sees the form inside the marble. Each strike is precise, each removal intentional. You are that sculpture, and the silence has been the chisel. Now, you are beginning to see what the artist always saw, a masterpiece rising from the marble of your old self. The edges are smoother now, the form clearer, the spirit lighter. You've become something that only stillness could build. And it's in this revelation that heaven whispers again softly, personally telling you that this Monday is more than just another day. It's a checkpoint of faith, the moment where reflection becomes renewal, the day where your patience turns into proof. Before this section ends, let this truth settle deep within you. What's coming next will not require striving, only surrender. You've done the work. You've waited well. Now, heaven moves. And when it does, peace will be your passport. You won't need to chase it. It will find you. The light that once guided you through silence will now surround you. You will carry it like a garment, and people will see the glow without you ever having to announce it. So take this moment and seal it in your spirit. You've crossed from waiting into walking. You've graduated from hoping to knowing. And from here, every step you take will echo with quiet confidence that God has already gone before you. Now, if this word resonates in your soul, pause for a breath and comment the number 8,888 below. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. 8 represents new beginnings, and the repetition means overflow. When you type it, let it be a prophetic act, a declaration that you're stepping into a season where peace multiplies and purpose overflows. Because this Monday isn't just about being alone, it's about realizing that in your aloneness, you were never truly alone. Heaven has been here all along, waiting for you to notice. The quiet after revelation feels different. It's not the emptiness you once feared, but the stillness of arrival. You've crossed into a new atmosphere of understanding, where you no longer need constant confirmation to feel secure. You've come to realize that peace is not something that happens to you. It's something that now lives inside you. The battles that used to shake you no longer reach that deep. You have changed from within. There's a moment in every chosen one's life when the outer noise loses its power. That moment is here for you. What once demanded your attention now feels distant, almost irrelevant. You don't chase closure anymore, you create it. You don't wait for others to see your worth. You walk as though heaven already announced it, because it did. The silence that once felt like a pause has become your teacher. It's teaching you how to dwell with God in ordinary hours. The same kitchen, the same street, the same job. Everything looks the same. But something in you has awakened. You begin to recognize holiness in the small details. Sunlight through the curtains, the sound of your own breathing, the steady rhythm of existence. Every ordinary thing becomes a sermon about grace. You're not running anymore. You used to sprint through days as though slowing down meant failure. But now, you move differently, deliberately, gently, as if you know that heaven walks beside you. You can almost feel that invisible companionship, the quiet assurance that you are being guided step by step. You've started to notice patterns in your journey, how endings always came before beginnings, how losses always cleared space for something new. It's strange, isn't it? How the very things you prayed would go away were the same things that pushed you closer to truth. If you hadn't lost what you did, you wouldn't have gained this clarity. This is the holy irony of your calling. Everything that was meant to destroy you became the soil that grew you. Pain became your mentor. Waiting became your training. Silence became your sanctuary. Each phase built something inside you that no one can take away. Think of a forest after fire. At first, all that remains is ashes. But given time, the soil beneath becomes richer than before, ready for new growth. You are that ground now, fertile, prepared, alive. What looked like ruin was actually renewal. The fire didn't end your story, it enriched it. And now, you carry the kind of wisdom that can't be taught through words. It can only be lived. You know what it feels like to lose sleep over prayers that took years to be answered. You know what it means to show up, even when your heart felt empty. You know what faith without evidence looks like, and because of that, your faith now carries weight. You've learned that miracles don't always arrive in flashes of light. Sometimes they arrive as endurance, as peace, as a decision not to give up. Sometimes the most divine thing you can do is rest without fear. Because resting in faith is not in action, it's trust in motion. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 17, verse 7. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Lot, that single line defines where you are now. Blessed not because everything is perfect, but because trust has replaced fear, confidence has replaced confusion. You're no longer waiting for external proof that God is working, you're living as proof. There's something sacred about this phase of stillness. You begin to see how much of your life has been guided, not by chance, but by orchestration. Every detour was direction. Every pause was protection. Every heartbreak was a redirection. Heaven was never silent. It was strategic. And slowly, gratitude begins to bloom. Not the surface kind, but the deep, quiet gratitude that comes from seeing God's fingerprints all over your past. You start to whisper, "Thank you not for what you received, but for what you learned." Gratitude becomes your new language. When you look back, you see how the hardest chapters built your backbone. You remember the nights when you thought you were finished, yet somehow, grace carried you to the next morning. You see that the very pain you prayed away became the platform for your purpose. The things you begged God to remove were the things that made you ready. You don't need to explain it to anyone. The understanding lives inside you now. It's not pride, it's peace. It's not withdrawal, it's wisdom. You've outgrown the need to defend your decisions to people who don't hear your calling. This calm, steady confidence is what true maturity looks like. And here's the quiet truth. You've entered a sacred kind of invisibility. You're not hidden to be forgotten, you're hidden to be formed. Like a seed buried in the dark, you are surrounded by the warmth of divine process. The soil may be silent, but it's not empty. Growth is happening, slow, steady, unseen. So stay in this rhythm. Don't rush it. Every breath you take in peace is progress. Every small act of kindness, every prayer whispered without an audience, every moment of rest, it's all building the future you once prayed for. You are walking into it gently, not through force, but through flow. When the world grows loud again, and it will, you'll carry this stillness with you like a secret language. It will become your compass, your shelter, your quiet rebellion against chaos. You won't need to run anymore. You'll simply rise. This is the reward of the silent season. peace that cannot be stolen. You've learned to dwell, to wait, to trust. And now you can finally breathe deeply, knowing you're exactly where you belong. You begin to notice it the way peace now lingers longer than panic. The mornings no longer start with heaviness. They begin with quiet awareness. The silence that once felt foreign now feels familiar, even friendly. You've learned that peace isn't just the absence of problems, it's the presence of God in the middle of them. Something subtle has shifted in you. You no longer rush to fix what's broken. Instead, you sit with it, trusting that healing sometimes happens in stillness, not in struggle. You've seen enough now to know that forcing outcomes only delays destiny. When you surrender, heaven moves faster. It's like watching a river after a storm. The current calms, but the water is clearer. That's your soul now, no longer turbulent, just transparent. You can finally see through the surface. You can look back without regret and forward without fear. That clarity is the gift silence gave you. This is a stage of refinement, where everything unnecessary starts to fall away. The conversations that once drained you now bore you. The patterns that used to repeat no longer hold your attention. Even the chaos that once attracted you now feels like noise you've outgrown. Growth always creates distance between who you were and who you're becoming. You've learned to bless the distance. You no longer chase those who walked away, because you understand that divine separation is protection, not rejection. You've stopped trying to reopen doors that God gently closed. You now realize that closure isn't something you find in others, it's something you give to yourself. In this season, you start seeing solitude not as punishment but as preservation. Like a rare diamond kept away from careless hands, heaven has been protecting you while shaping your edges. Every quiet hour was a stroke of precision. Every tear was part of the refining fire. What you thought was delay was actually design. The transformation happening within you is quiet but real. You may not see it yet, but the people around you will. They'll notice how you no longer respond to provocation, how you carry peace like armor, how your words have softened, but your presence has strengthened. You're becoming what you once prayed to be, unshakable, but gentle. There's a different kind of strength in this softness. It's not the power that shouts, it's the power that stands. You don't need to defend yourself anymore, because truth defends you. You don't need to announce your growth, your energy reveals it. You don't need to explain your peace. Those meant to understand will feel it. The world teaches that survival means fighting, but heaven teaches that survival sometimes means surrendering. You've surrendered not to defeat, but to direction. You've let go of the need to control outcomes, and now you find that life flows more easily. There's a rhythm to it, almost musical, as if heaven itself is conducting your days. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knows those who trust in him." Now, that line lives in your spirit now. You know it's true because you've seen it. The days of trouble came, and somehow you were held together. You didn't collapse, you were carried. You didn't lose your identity, you found your anchor. God knew your name, even when you didn't recognize his plan. That's the quiet testimony of this moment. You are still here. Through all the shaking, through all the silence, through all the surrender, you've remained. And not only have you remained, you've matured. You no longer measure God's goodness by your comfort, you measure it by His constancy. Even when nothing made sense, His presence never left. This understanding changes everything. You stop viewing trials as threats and begin to see them as teachers. You stop dreading change and start discerning purpose. You stop chasing peace and start carrying it wherever you go. That's what happens when your faith stops being borrowed and becomes built. Now you move differently. You speak slower. Listen longer. Forgive faster. You've discovered that peace isn't passive, it's powerful. It's the quiet confidence that knows no matter what happens next, God has already gone before you. That's why you don't rush anymore. You walk in rhythm with destiny. This stage of your journey isn't about action, it's about alignment. You're learning to live from the inside out. The external no longer controls the internal. You can face unpredictable situations without losing your calm because you finally know where your foundation lies. You might still have questions, and that's okay. Peace doesn't mean knowing all the answers. It means trusting the one who does. You've learned that faith isn't the absence of uncertainty, it's choosing trust in the middle of it. And when you catch yourself wondering what comes next, remember this: the same God who held you in silence will speak when it's time. You won't need to chase a sign. The next step will unfold naturally, effortlessly, like dawn spilling across the horizon. You'll just know. So, for now, stay in this sacred quiet. Breathe slowly. Let your heart echo the rhythm of heaven's patience. You don't need to rush what's already written. You are becoming the answer to prayers you once whispered in tears. Nothing about this stillness is wasted. Every calm hour, every unspoken thought, every moment of peace, it's all part of your preparation. The silence that once broke you has become the silence that builds you. And soon, you'll look back and realize this was the turning point. The moment when waiting turned into becoming. You've been through fire, through waiting, through whispers, and now, through peace. What's ahead will not feel forced. It will feel familiar. Because what you're walking into is not new. It's what heaven planned for you all along. There's a quiet strength rising in you now. The version of yourself that once doubted everything is beginning to fade. In its place stands someone steady, still tender, still human, but deeply rooted. You're learning what it means to move through life without needing to understand every step. And that's the kind of faith that heaven celebrates. It's as if the wind itself has changed direction. The resistance you once felt is turning into momentum, not because the path got easier, but because you did. You've grown in places that no one could see. The roots of your patience go deeper now, reaching into the soil of divine timing. When you were walking through silence, you wondered if God was listening. Now you understand He wasn't ignoring you. He was instructing you in whispers. He didn't shout your answers. He grew your discernment. That's why things that used to confuse you no longer shake you. You can sense what is for you and what isn't, without explanation. That's wisdom, the kind born in waiting. You've also noticed how certain people no longer fit. Their voices, once loud in your world, now sound distant. You don't resent them. You simply recognize that peace has its own boundaries. The lighter you become, the less you can carry. Heaven is pruning your circle to match your next season. And this time, you don't resist the release. There's a certain holiness in letting go. Not every ending is a loss. Sometimes it's an answered prayer disguised as silence. You may not have realized it while it was happening, but every departure was divine choreography. God was rearranging your life to make room for what aligns with your purpose. According to the writings in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 4, let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. That line holds the essence of where you are right now. You are being completed. The breaking wasn't to harm you, it was to make you whole. Perseverance has been doing its quiet work beneath the surface, polishing your spirit into something unshakable. You can feel the shift deep inside. Things that once scared you now make you curious. Challenges that used to drain you now invite you to grow. You've realized that nothing happening to you can undo what's already happening in you. That's divine maturity, when your peace becomes stronger than your problems. This week feels different, doesn't it? The silence that used to sting now sings. You find joy in the slow moments, gratitude in the smallest things. You don't crave noise anymore. You crave meaning. You don't need everyone to understand. You just need to stay aligned. Imagine a candle burning quietly in a dark room. It doesn't flicker nervously. It just glows. It doesn't compete with the darkness. It defines it. That's who you are now. You no longer react. You radiate. The room around you shifts simply because you exist differently. You have become the calm after your own storm. And that's something only the chosen understand, that true victory isn't noise or recognition. It's peace that cannot be disturbed. You are walking in that victory now. Every chosen one eventually learns that heaven doesn't always send applause. Sometimes it sends awareness. The awareness that you've made it through what others couldn't. That you're standing here not by accident, but by assignment. You are a living testimony that stillness is strength. So, pause for a moment. Feel that breath move through your lungs. Steady and sure. That's life responding to grace. You are proof that what's meant for you can find you even in silence, even in solitude, even on an ordinary Monday. Let this be your reminder. You didn't miss anything. You're exactly on time. Every delay was divine pacing. Every quiet season, a sacred classroom. Heaven has been writing your story carefully. And the next chapter will not arrive too soon or too late. It will arrive perfectly. The weight of striving is gone now. You don't need to chase. You simply need to continue. Keep walking softly, speaking gently, loving deeply. This is how light lives on earth through steady hearts like yours. Now, before you move forward, take this small act of faith. Comment, "I'm ready," below. Not as a ritual, but as a release. Say it because something in you knows that readiness doesn't mean knowing every answer. It means trusting every step. When you type those two words, let them stand as a declaration. You're ready for what's next. Ready to remain peaceful. Ready to move in purpose. It's not about the comment, it's about alignment. Heaven hears agreement louder than words. You are ready, ready to walk in quiet confidence. Ready to live without rushing. Ready to let grace lead. And in that readiness, the next part of your story will unfold effortlessly, beautifully, divinely. You see, those two words, "I'm ready," aren't just a phrase, they're a spiritual unlocking. When you write them, you're not informing heaven of something new, you're agreeing with what heaven already knows. It's the same as opening your hands to receive what's been hovering above you all along. Because readiness isn't about control, it's about surrender. You don't need to know every detail of what's next to step into it. When you say, "I'm ready," you're telling the universe, "I trust the timing." You're choosing faith over fear, flow over force. And that declaration echoes. It doesn't vanish into the comment box, it rises like a prayer wrapped in purpose. Heaven reads it, responds to it, and begins aligning what's been waiting for your yes. The moment you said those words, doors started shifting quietly in the unseen. So say it slowly, intentionally. I'm ready. Ready to move. Ready to heal. Ready to stay in peace no matter what comes. It's not just a comment, it's your covenant with calm. The air around you feels gentler today, as though the world itself knows. You've crossed a quiet threshold. You're no longer standing in the shadows of what was. You're standing in the light of what's becoming. This is what peace after endurance feels like. It's not loud. It's steady, warm, almost sacred. You've reached a place in your journey where you no longer need to prove anything. You've already done the hardest part, staying faithful when nothing made sense. Now, heaven rewards that faithfulness, not with noise, but with alignment. The things that once took all your energy now flow naturally. You no longer chase what's meant for you. You attract it through calm. It's a beautiful paradox. The more you rest, the more doors open. The less you push, the more peace multiplies. It's like the ocean tide when you stop fighting the current. You begin to float. The water hasn't changed. Your posture has. You start realizing that being chosen doesn't mean doing more. It means trusting more. The Creator doesn't demand exhaustion. He desires surrender. You were never called to carry every weight. You were called to walk in rhythm with grace. And that's what this moment is. Grace in motion. You've been climbing a mountain in faith. And now you're beginning to see the view from the top. It's breathtaking. Not because of the height, but because of how far you've come. You survived valleys of doubt and storms of silence. And still, you stand. You are the evidence that endurance works. Now, as you stand here, reflect for a moment. Every tear, every prayer, every night you wanted to quit it all, brought you to this peace. This is your reward. Not for perfection, but for persistence. You've proven that patience is a weapon, and peace is armor. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, 2nd book, chapter 3, verse 17. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. Freedom, that's the word that defines this season. You've been set free from overthinking, from chasing validation, from needing to be understood. Freedom doesn't always look like movement. Sometimes it looks like stillness that no longer feels like a cage. You've learned that peace itself is liberation. And now, you're standing in that freedom, breathing it in like fresh morning air after rain. It's soft, real, unforced. The chains that once held you were never physical. They were mental, emotional, spiritual. But one by one, they've fallen off. Because truth has replaced fear. If your heart feels that freedom, let this next moment be something sacred. Tap the like as though you're lighting a candle in a cathedral small. Sincere. Personal. Not because you're asked to, but because something inside you recognizes the light that touched you. Share this message as you'd share bread with a hungry traveler quietly, kindly, knowing someone else needs this nourishment too. What you pass forward becomes part of your ministry. It's not about virality, it's about vitality, keeping truth alive in someone else's storm. And if this message feels like home to your spirit, subscribe, as one planting roots beside still waters, not out of obligation, but out of belonging. You're not signing up for content. You're connecting to a rhythm of reminders, gentle echoes that will meet you whenever you need realignment. Each of those actions, liking, sharing, subscribing, isn't just digital, it's devotional. They're modern forms of agreement. Ways your soul says, yes, I feel this. Yes, I choose light. And imagine what happens when thousands of quiet hearts do that together. It's like lighting a field of lanterns in the dark. Each flame alone seems small, but together they become a constellation. That's what this community is becoming, a constellation of peace bearers. People who've chosen stillness as strength. You've felt the pull to isolate, and you've honored it. But solitude was never meant to be a life sentence. It was a reset. Now, you begin to see that you're not alone. You're part of a pattern, a living story unfolding across hearts all over the world. Each time you share, it's as if you're whispering across oceans. You're not forgotten. Peace still exists. Light still wins. That whisper travels farther than you can imagine. Somewhere, a stranger will read your shared words and exhale for the first time in days. That's how heaven works through hearts that agree in quiet compassion. And maybe that's the most beautiful part of this whole journey, realizing that your peace isn't meant to end with you. It's meant to ripple outward. You become a living lighthouse, not by trying to save the ships, but by simply shining steadily where you stand. You don't owe anyone loudness. You don't owe the world explanations. You owe only authenticity to stay true to the peace that rebuilt you. And if that peace touches others, it's because light naturally finds eyes that are ready for dawn. So let this be the truth that settles into your bones today. Your story has weight. Your silence has power. And your peace has purpose. What began as a lonely Monday has become a sacred monument of endurance. Heaven hasn't just been watching. You've been partnered in its plan all along. Now, breathe deeply. Feel that freedom. Fill your chest. The noise of the world can wait. Today, you walk in rhythm with something higher. This is not the end of your story. It's the chapter where your light becomes contagious. And if your spirit agrees, let your quiet actions, your light, your share, your seed of connection, carry that peace to the next heart, waiting for sunrise. Because light, when freely given, never runs out. Morning returns, and with it, another layer of calm. The world hasn't changed much since yesterday. The sky still wears the same quiet blue. The wind still moves softly through the trees. But you're different. You wake without rushing. You breathe without panic. You've stopped bracing for bad news. And that in itself is a quiet miracle. This kind of peace is subtle. Like the glow of embers long after the fire's roar has faded. It's the peace that no longer depends on circumstances. You've learned that storms can rage around you. And still, your spirit can stay steady. That realization is freedom wrapped in wisdom. You're beginning to walk in sync with heaven's rhythm now. There's no more tug of war between your will and divine will. You've stopped forcing what was never yours to hold. The weight you carried for so long, expectations, memories, self-blame has started to dissolve. What remains is lighter, purer, truer. You might not have noticed when it happened, but the shift was gradual. It came through 1,000 small choices, moments when you chose silence instead of reaction, faith instead of fear, surrender instead of control. Those small decisions created the architecture of your peace. The truth is, peace doesn't arrive all at once. It grows. It's like dawn. The light doesn't appear in an instant. It stretches across the horizon, brushing the edges of the sky until everything else adjusts to it. That's what God is doing inside you, slowly turning the dark places into light. One breath at a time. You used to think strength meant movement. Now you understand. It often means stillness. You once equated peace with passivity. But peace isn't passive. It's power under control. It's knowing that you could act in anger but choosing not to. It's walking away from chaos without guilt. It's smiling even when no one sees, because joy no longer needs an audience. Every chosen one eventually learns this lesson. Silence is not weakness, it's wisdom. It's the sacred space where heaven teaches you what words could never convey. That's what these Mondays have been about all along. Not isolation, but instruction. You are learning how to live on a different frequency, where others react. You reflect. Where they panic, you pause. That pause, though it seems simple, is the mark of transformation. You no longer let moment dictate your emotions. You let discernment guide your response. That's maturity dressed as calm. According to what is revealed in the book of Hosea, chapter 14, verse 9, who is wise? Let them realize these things. Who is discerning? Let them understand. The ways of the Lord are right. The righteous walk in them, but the rebellious stumble in them. Ender. That verse describes where you stand now, walking in understanding, not stumbling in reaction. Wisdom doesn't mean having every answer. It means trusting the one who does. You've walked through enough uncertainty to know that clarity comes after obedience, not before it. You've been tested, refined, and remade in silence. Every unanswered prayer was molding your heart to hold a larger promise. Now, you're no longer desperate for quick answers. You're content to let things unfold. That's the beauty of spiritual maturity. It removes the urge to control outcomes. You don't need to rush what's already written. It's a quiet but powerful transformation. You start noticing how different the world looks when seen through peace. The same people who once irritated you now evoke compassion. The same situations that used to shake you now become opportunities to practice grace. You've been rewired, not just emotionally, but spiritually. Think of a tree that survived many storms. Its branches may look weathered, but its roots are unbreakable. That's you. You may have scars, but they're sacred ones. They tell the story of survival and surrender. You've learned to bend without breaking, to endure without becoming hard. This inner resilience is what sets the chosen apart. It's not that they don't face pain, they just process it differently. You've learned to let pain become instruction instead of identity. You don't ask, "Why me?" anymore. You ask, "What for?" And that question always opens a new door of revelation. Even now, in this quiet season, you can feel something growing. It's not anxiety, it's anticipation. You know something good is forming, but you no longer need to predict it. The uncertainty no longer scares you, it excites you. You trust the hands shaping your future. There's a new softness to your presence, the kind that only comes from understanding grace. People might not know what changed, but they'll feel it. You'll carry peace the way a flower carries fragrance without trying, without forcing. Wherever you go, calm will follow. You used to think your purpose would arrive with applause, but now you see it comes wrapped in quiet moments like this, when your soul feels aligned, when you feel at home in your own stillness. That's purpose at its purest, peace that overflows naturally into everything you touch. And maybe that's the secret of this season. You no longer need signs to believe. You are the sign. Your peace is proof that heaven has been faithful. Every breath you take in trust is a testimony. You don't need to shout it, you just need to live it. Let today be a continuation of that quiet faith. Walk lightly. Speak kindly. Move slowly. Let peace guide your pace. You're not behind, you're in rhythm. The silence that once felt like delay has become your daily devotion. This is where heaven's promise starts to breathe through you, not in noise, not in miracles that flash and fade, but in calm hearts that refuse to fear what's next. You've become one of them, the ones who carry peace like a kingdom wherever they go. You've reached a new layer of stillness, a peace so steady it feels like standing in sunlight after years of rain. Everything inside you has softened. The weight you used to carry, the tension in your chest, the noise in your thoughts, it's all quieter now. You've entered a kind of holy simplicity, where you no longer need to explain, prove, or rush. You just are. It's strange, isn't it? The way silence no longer feels empty. It feels full, almost alive. You can sense that something sacred is happening beneath the surface, God rearranging, restoring, revealing. You might not see the full picture yet, but you can feel its outline. Peace has become the paintbrush, and patience the color. You begin to understand that your quiet seasons were never about delay, they were about development. Every still moment trained your spirit to listen differently. When others needed signs, you learned to read whispers. When others sought applause, you learned to find approval in obedience. You've grown into someone heaven can trust with silence. There's a quiet majesty in that trust. Heaven hides its deepest work in those who know how to wait without losing faith. You're one of them now. You've discovered that stillness doesn't mean inactivity. It means alignment. You're moving at heaven's pace now, slow, sure, steady. Each sunrise feels like a personal message. You made it. You don't need big miracles to know you're favored. You find miracles in the ordinary, in your breath, in your peace, in the calm heartbeat that once trembled with anxiety. And maybe that's the real miracle, peace that no one can explain. The kind of peace that people notice when you walk into a room. They can't name it, but they feel it. That's not coincidence, it's consequence. Peace leaves residue wherever it's carried. It was proclaimed in the book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 13. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in Him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. You are living that verse right now. Joy and peace have begun to overflow, not because everything is perfect, but because you finally trust the process. You've stopped fighting for control and started flowing in confidence. That's the mark of spiritual maturity, when hope becomes your default instead of doubt. The old version of you would have looked for signs, asked for proof, doubted the silence. But this version of you smiles in stillness. you've learned that absence doesn't mean abandonment. It often means abundance in preparation. God hides you, not to hurt you, but to heal you. And now that healing has become visible, not loud, but luminous, you've started to notice small confirmations, doors opening quietly, conversations aligning perfectly, your spirit responding faster to peace than to pressure. That's how heaven communicates with rhythm, not rush. There's a phrase that echoes in your heart: you've grown. It's simple, but it's true. You've grown through what tried to destroy you. You've grown past fear, past worry, past needing everything to make sense. You're learning to rest, even while waiting. You've become fluent in peace. And that language is powerful. It speaks louder than fear ever could. Every time you choose calm over chaos, you're declaring victory. Every time you refuse to react, heaven applauds. You've realized that your silence now carries authority, not uncertainty. Think of yourself as a mountain after rain. The clouds have lifted, but the air still holds a hint of moisture, a reminder of what's been endured. That's you, refreshed but real, strong, yet still soft. You no longer carry pain the way you used to. You carry perspective. And it's from that perspective that your influence grows. Without shouting, without striving. You become a living example of peace that persists. People will start asking you how you stay so calm. And your answer won't be long. It'll be a smile. Because peace doesn't always need explanation. It simply needs to be witnessed. This Monday holds quiet significance. It's not about doing more. It's about recognizing how far you've come. You're no longer surviving, you're stewarding peace. Every step you take from here is led by awareness, not anxiety. You finally understand that your stillness is strength in disguise. But before this moment passes, let's mark it. Not for superstition, but for symbolism. When heaven brings you into a place of peace this deep, it's worth sealing in agreement. So if your heart recognizes this moment, comment the number 555 below. Let it represent divine transition, the bridge between what was and what's becoming. The number 5 speaks of grace, and its repetition means multiplied grace. You're not just stepping into peace, you're stepping into overflowing peace. Type it not as ritual, but as recognition. You're declaring that this quiet transformation is real, that your spirit is ready for what's next. You're telling heaven, I see what you've done in me, and I choose to walk in it. And when you write 555, imagine it like carving initials into stone, a lasting symbol of a moment that changed you. It's not about the number, it's about agreement. You're saying yes to the calm, yes to the clarity, yes to the calling that comes with peace. And as you do, know this, grace is multiplying even now. The silence that once confused you has become the cradle of your confidence. The waiting that once wearied you has turned into the rhythm of your wisdom. From this day forward, you won't just carry peace, you'll become it. Every step will hum with stillness. Every word will echo serenity. Because you're no longer surviving the silence, you're shining through it. There's something different about this kind of peace. It doesn't just sit on the surface, it seeps into your bones. You feel it in your breathing, in the way your shoulders finally rest, in how your thoughts have slowed into rhythm instead of racing into worry. This is what healing feels like when it's complete, not loud, not dramatic, but deeply real. The journey to this moment wasn't easy. It came through nights of wondering, mornings of pushing forward, and days when silence seemed heavier than truth. But looking back, you see it now, how every unanswered question was still a form of guidance. God wasn't withholding, He was weaving. He wasn't ignoring, He was instructing. Each pause in your path had purpose. You might not have understood it then, but the timing was precise. Heaven never wastes movement. Every delay was a detour around danger. Every closed door was a shield, not a rejection. You were being protected from what your prayers couldn't yet perceive. You've come to appreciate that divine timing rarely matches human timing. It moves slower because it builds deeper. You can't rush roots. They grow in darkness, under pressure, in silence. That's what your waiting was. It was the planting season for the peace you now carry. Sometimes you remember how impatient you once were, how you used to pray for clarity, not realizing that clarity is rarely given to the restless. God waited until you could hear His whisper before He spoke direction. The answer was never absent. It was simply waiting for you to become still enough to receive it. And now, you're walking differently. There's balance in your steps, softness in your tone, certainty in your stillness. You no longer chase outcomes. You trust processes. You no longer cling to control. You choose flow. You're beginning to live in alignment with the divine rhythm of enough. We find in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 11, He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart, yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. That truth sits quietly in your spirit now. You've stopped trying to understand everything. You've started trusting that beauty takes time, and timing takes trust. The eternal perspective changes how you see temporary pain. You know now that God's pattern always includes preparation before presentation. There's a deep relief in that realization. It's as if a knot has been untied inside you. The pressure to make things happen has lifted. You've entered the peace of divine pacing. You don't need to force doors open anymore. They will open when your spirit is ready to walk through them. Think of a sunrise. The light doesn't rush the horizon. It arrives in perfect rhythm with the rotation of the earth. You never see the sun panic to rise. It simply appears, right on time. That's how your destiny works. What's meant for you will find you in its hour. No sooner, no later. This understanding allows you to breathe differently. You stop striving. You start stewarding. You begin to see how much beauty was waiting on the other side of surrender. Even what once broke you now serves you. It has become part of your wisdom, part of your strength. There's a new maturity in you, one that doesn't need validation to feel valuable. You understand now that peace is internal wealth. It's what makes your presence powerful without needing to prove it. The calm you carry isn't passivity, it's authority. You've learned that the loudest strength is often the quietest one. Your inner world has been rearranged. The same places that once held anxiety now hold clarity. The same heart that once trembled now anchors others. You have become a walking sanctuary, a space where heaven can rest and others can find comfort. You may not see it yet, but people feel it. They sense the steadiness when you speak, the grace in your pauses, the hope in your tone. It's not something you're trying to project. It's simply what you've become. Your peace is now your ministry. This is the stage where heaven often begins to reveal purpose, not through grand signs or lightning moments, but through small nudges, ideas that feel inspired, opportunities that feel aligned, connections that feel divine. You start noticing how your peace draws things to you instead of making you chase them. And when those moments come, you won't have to question them. Your spirit will recognize the signature of God in them. There will be no confusion, no chaos, just a quiet knowing. That's how you'll know it's Him. You'll also notice that your desires have changed. What once excited you now feels heavy. What once scared you now feels possible. That's how alignment works. It replaces striving with flow. You're no longer asking, "Will it happen?" You're asking, "How can I serve what's happening?" Your heart has expanded. Compassion now fills spaces where bitterness used to live. Gratitude has become your default response to both joy and challenge. You see the divine fingerprint in every detail, even in detours. You don't regret the waiting anymore. You bless it, because now you see the pattern. Waiting wasn't wasted, it was worship. It trained your spirit to hear, your eyes to see, your heart to discern. It turned your wounds into wisdom and your fears into faith. You no longer define yourself by what you went through, but by what you became through it. You are no longer the version that trembled in silence. You're the one who learned to listen, to lean, to love anyway. And perhaps that's the greatest miracle of all, not that the storm ended, but that you found peace in the middle of it and never lost it again. The quiet that once frightened you has now become your home. There's a deep and steady calm inside you now. The kind that doesn't depend on circumstances or comfort. It's the kind that lingers even when the world feels uncertain. You wake with awareness, you move with gentleness, and you rest with trust. Somewhere between the silence and the stillness, you've crossed a spiritual threshold. You no longer live in reaction, you live in revelation. This kind of transformation can't be rushed. It's carved slowly, patiently, in the hidden corners of your heart. The old fears no longer hold their shape. They dissolve when they meet faith. You no longer wait for permission to feel safe. You realize safety was never in the absence of risk, but in the presence of God. The silence that once felt like exile now feels like embrace. You recognize it for what it truly is, space for strength to grow. When life quieted, heaven started speaking more clearly. You didn't lose your way, you lost your noise. And without the noise, your heart finally began to hear what your mind could never translate. You begin to see patterns in hindsight. The unanswered prayers were really answered in a better way. The detours were directions in disguise. You see how divine delays shaped you into someone who can now hold blessing without breaking. You've become both vessel and voice, a carrier of peace that others can sense even before you speak. You've learned to walk through days without performance, the pressure to appear fine, to always produce, to constantly please. It's gone. You now understand that worth isn't earned through effort, it's revealed through being. This revelation frees you. You can sit in stillness without guilt, rest without apology, and smile without reason. That's the fruit of spiritual freedom, as written in the Gospel of John, chapter 16, verse 33. I have told you these things, so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world. That promise anchors you. You read it not as comfort for pain, but as confirmation of victory. Trouble no longer surprises you. It reminds you that peace is still possible within it. You don't chase a life without storms. you've learned to carry calm in the middle of them. And in that calm, something extraordinary happens: clarity. You start seeing life not as random, but as rhythmic. Every season has a reason. Every silence hides a sound. Even your suffering held a melody that only made sense once you began to heal. You realized that what broke you was never the end. It was the bridge. Think of the way rivers shape mountains over centuries. The flow looks soft, but it carves stone. That's what peace does. It reshapes without resistance. You've stopped fighting to be understood. Instead, you've started flowing toward what understands you. The people meant for you no longer drain you. They breathe at your same rhythm. This quiet alignment spills into everything you touch. Work becomes more purposeful. Conversations carry more warmth. Even your solitude feels full. You are no longer performing life. You are participating in it with intention. Every moment feels sacred now because you see how easily it could have been otherwise. Gratitude becomes your new instinct. When you walk, there's no rush. When you speak, there's no strain. When you love, there's no fear. This is not laziness or detachment. It's wisdom wrapped in peace. You finally understand that divine timing doesn't need your hurry. It only needs your harmony. The person you are now would surprise the person you were then. The old version of you prayed for peace while trying to control everything. The new version breathes peace because control no longer feels necessary. That's maturity, learning to let life unfold without demanding to understand every detail. You see others struggling and feel compassion instead of judgment. You know the exhaustion that comes from overthinking, from chasing, from fighting battles that no longer belong to you. You've been there. And now, your calm becomes a quiet invitation for others to rest too. You've become a mirror of what grace can do when it's given time. People might not know your story, but they'll feel its residue. The gentleness in your tone, the patience in your responses, the steadiness in your steps, those are your testimonies now. They say more than words ever could. There's a kind of peace that doesn't make sense to the mind, only to the soul. That's what you carry. It's not fragile, it's fortified. You're not pretending to be strong. You're resting in strength. You no longer pray just for blessings, you pray for alignment. And because of that, even your waiting feels sacred. Think of your spirit like a harbor at dawn. The water is still, reflecting the colors of the sky. Ships may come and go, but the harbor remains. That's you. You've become a safe place for your own heart, a steady space for others, and a reflection of heaven's patience on earth. This is what becoming whole feels like: not perfection, but peace, not control. But surrender. You've learned that grace doesn't rush, it ripens. And now, everything about you carries that quiet ripeness. You speak slower, listen longer, and love without conditions. So, as this new week unfolds, remember this: peace is not a goal, it's a state of being that grows wherever you give it room. Protect it. Nurture it. Live from it. The same silence that once shaped you is now the sound of your stability. You are not waiting for peace anymore. You are peace now. The proof is in your presence, and heaven smiles when it sees you walk in that truth. There's a glow around your life now, not from anything external, but from something sacred burning quietly within. You've become familiar with peace, but now that peace is maturing into purpose, it doesn't just rest in you, it begins to reach through you. The calm that once healed you is now calling you to heal others. You don't need a title or a platform to do it. You simply need presence. Every peaceful person becomes a sanctuary for someone still searching. You might not realize it, but your silence has been speaking louder than any sermon. The way you carry yourself, the patience you show, the way your spirit feels grounded, people notice. They might not know the journey it took to get here, but they can sense the depth behind your calm. You are no longer trying to make an impression, you are leaving an imprint. This is the quiet transition from recovery to responsibility. When heaven heals a heart, it rarely stops there. It gives that heart an assignment, to become a vessel of the same grace it received. That's what's happening to you now. The light that comforted you in solitude wants to travel, to touch others who still sit in the shadows. You may ask, how do I share peace? The answer is simpler than you think. You share it by living it. You share it when you listen without judgment, when you forgive without conditions, when you smile even when no one is watching. You share it by existing gently in a world that forgot what gentleness feels like. The Word of God declares in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "Let your light so shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." That's not a command of pressure, it's an invitation to authenticity. Light doesn't strive to shine, it just does. You've spent enough time in silence to know that your glow doesn't come from effort, it comes from essence. You don't have to force your light, you simply allow it. And maybe that's where your purpose begins, not in striving, but in allowing. Allowing the peace you've found to flow outward. Allowing your journey to remind others that healing is possible. Allowing your stillness to become contagious. If these words resonate with the quiet place in your soul, let this be your moment of reflection. Tap the like as though you were lighting a small lantern in the dark, not because someone asked, but because something in you wants to keep the flame alive. That simple act becomes a whisper of gratitude, a quiet thank you to the light that carried you here. Share this message as one who's passing a torch down a mountain trail. Imagine someone climbing behind you, tired, unsure if they can make it. When you share what strengthened you, you hand them a light for their next step. Not every rescue needs to be loud. Sometimes salvation happens through a shared sentence that arrives at the right time. And if your heart feels at home here, subscribe the way a traveler returns to a familiar garden, not out of obligation, but out of belonging. You've walked long enough to know where the stillness speaks truth. And that's the kind of soil you choose to stay rooted in. Every new word, every new whisper from heaven that passes through here will meet you again, softly, faithfully, like morning light returning after the longest night. Even the act of commenting can become something sacred. Words carry weight, even digital ones. When you write something simple like, "I receive this peace," or "I choose calm," you're not typing into a void. You're sending ripples through a spiritual current. Those ripples reach someone you may never meet. They might read your words and realize they're not alone. That's how heaven multiplies peace through willing hearts. You see, these gestures aren't demands, they're expressions. Each one a click, a share. A word is like opening a window in a darkened room. The air changes. The light enters. The space breathes again. That's what this is really about. Not engagement, but enlightenment. Every time you respond to what touches your spirit, You participate in the circulation of hope. Picture it this way: thousands of small lights scattered across the world, each one a person like you who's survived silence, who's found peace after the storm. Every time one of them lights their lantern, the darkness loses its hold a little more. That's the beauty of collective peace. It doesn't shout, it shines. So, don't do it because it's expected. Do it because it's beautiful. Do it because you recognize the sacredness of connection, because something inside you whispers, "I've been blessed. I want this light to travel." In the same way rain doesn't ask permission to fall, peace doesn't ask permission to flow. When it fills you, it naturally seeks to pour out. Let it, whether it's through words, gestures, or quiet presence. Let the peace that remade you reach beyond you. And when it does, it will return, multiplied, because heaven always gives back what's given with sincerity. You'll find yourself surrounded by the same calm you shared, strengthened by the same love you extended. That's the divine law of reflection. What you release in faith returns in fullness. So if this message touched your heart, don't just carry it, let it breathe. Light your lantern. Pass the torch. Open your window, not for numbers, not for noise, but because peace was never meant to stay hidden. You are part of something luminous now, a quiet wave of light stretching across timelines, hearts, and nations. And somewhere out there, another soul is waiting to see your glow. And remember that peace is still possible. You wake to quiet sunlight spilling through the curtains, and something about it feels different, not brighter, but deeper. The light doesn't just fall on your skin, it settles into you, like warmth finding its home. There's no rush, nor tension. Even the air seems to move at the pace of peace. You've entered a rhythm that no longer depends on circumstances, but on communion with yourself, with heaven, with stillness itself. Every step you take now feels guided. You've stopped second-guessing what peace tells you. You've learned that when your spirit feels calm, that calm is confirmation. Heaven doesn't need to shout anymore. You've become fluent in whispers. The same silence that once tested your faith now feels like a friend who sits beside you, reminding you that you're never truly alone. You start to understand something profound. Peace isn't just what God gives, it's who He is. When you carry peace, you're carrying His presence. That realization changes how you see everything. The things that once provoked you now invite patience. The people who once drained you now draw compassion. The situations that used to shake you now strengthen you. You've discovered that peace is not passive, it's protective. It stands guard over your heart like a watchman at the gate. It keeps chaos from sneaking in through small cracks of doubt. It doesn't erase storms, it reminds you who you are in the middle of them. You've learned to face conflict without losing center, to listen without absorbing, to observe without reacting. That's not avoidance, it's authority. You've grown so accustomed to this stillness that it no longer surprises you when you sense God in ordinary things. A breeze against your face feels like reassurance. A random song lyric sounds like an answer. A quiet pause between conversations feels like divine timing. The world hasn't changed. It's you who has become sensitive to grace. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 62, verse 5. Yes, my soul, find rest in God. My hope comes from Him. That verse reads like a reflection of your current life. Hope isn't something you chase anymore. It's something that naturally rises when you rest in trust. Your soul has finally found its anchor, and it no longer drifts with every tide of uncertainty. Even when things don't go your way, you no longer interpret it as loss. You see it as redirection, a divine hand steering you toward better. The more you walk in peace, the more you notice how it rearranges your priorities. Success no longer looks like speed, it looks like stability. Progress isn't measured by how much you achieve, but by how deeply you remain aligned. You've stopped running after things that once distracted you, and now you find meaning in smaller, quieter espaces. There's a phrase that keeps echoing in your mind: peace produces clarity. And it's true. When the mind is still, wisdom rises like clear water after a storm. You begin to see patterns that were once hidden connections, lessons, divine details. The fog of confusion lifts, and what's left is vision, pure and simple. You've learned that clarity doesn't come from questioning everything. It comes from trusting enough to wait for revelation. In waiting, your heart becomes tuned to heaven's timing. You no longer force outcomes, you follow alignment. You've stopped asking when and started asking, how can I serve what's next? This inner stillness doesn't make you passive, it makes you purposeful. You move slower but surer, speak softer but stronger, love deeper but lighter. You've realized that purpose doesn't always look like grand plans. It looks like consistent peace. You can sense that the way you live now carries weight, not because it's loud, but because it's real. Think of a tree standing beside a river. It doesn't chase water, it stays rooted where the flow already passes. That's what you've learned to do. Stay planted in peace, and everything meant for you flows your way naturally. The striving has stopped, but the growing hasn't. In fact, you're growing faster now, because stillness is the soil of strength. You've begun to notice how this change affects those around you. People who used to unsettle you now feel softened by your calm. Your peace has started to influence spaces before you even speak. It's not something you force, it's something you embody, and that embodiment is its own ministry. You don't need to explain to anyone why you've changed. Let them see the difference. Let your patience speak where words can't. Let your peace preach without a pulpit. That's how heaven reveals transformation through quiet lives that reflect divine stability. There's a quiet awareness inside you that something new is forming. You can sense it, but you don't need to define it. For the first time, the unknown doesn't scare you, it excites you. You feel the gentle pull of destiny, not demanding, but inviting. It doesn't call you to rush, it calls you to remain available. You've stopped trying to understand everything before moving. Now you move, trusting that understanding will meet you along the way. That's maturity. You've entered a season where peace goes before you, like light on a path. Even when you don't see far ahead, each step feels sure, and through it all, you keep learning the same truth. What you carry inside shapes everything outside. Your peace is your prophecy. It announces that no matter what comes, you'll remain grounded, glowing, growing. So stay here in this steady grace. Let this quiet confidence keep building. Heaven isn't asking you to do more right now. It's asking you to remain, to let peace be your witness, your weapon, and your way. Because what's coming next won't require striving, it will respond to stillness. There's a sacred beauty in realizing that peace isn't just something you receive, it's something you protect. You've reached the stage of your journey where keeping your calm is not about ignoring the world, it's about interpreting it differently. The things that used to disturb you no longer have the same power. You've stopped giving permission to everything that demands your energy. Now, you choose where your spirit flows. And that choice itself is holy. You've learned how to pause before reacting, how to breathe before speaking, how to listen before judging. These small habits have become spiritual disciplines. You used to think growth required grand gestures, but now you understand that heaven measures progress in subtleties, in every decision to stay kind, when anger would have been easier. In every moment you choose grace over noise. The calm you carry is not accidental, it's the result of alignment. When your soul agrees with God's rhythm, even chaos begins to lose its grip. You start to see how peace is not the absence of problems, it's the presence of purpose. You walk through situations that once would have broken you and realize you are now unbreakable. Not because life got gentler, but because your foundation got stronger. The people who come into your life sense something different. They might not know what changed, but they can feel it, an ease in your presence, a lightness in your tone, a certainty in your silence. You don't rush to fill quiet moments anymore because you understand they're sacred. You know that sometimes silence itself carries the answer. You've stopped trying to prove your worth in spaces that can't see your value. You don't compete, you contribute. You don't argue, you align. You've learned that validation from others can never replace confirmation from heaven, and because of that, you're finally free. It was written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 26, verse 3, "You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you." That verse has become a mirror of your life. Your peace is no longer fragile because it's rooted in trust, not circumstance. You've seen what happens when your heart stays anchored, even while everything else shifts. The world around you may change, but your calm remains constant. That consistency has become your quiet authority. This peace has also changed how you move through time. You used to hurry toward the future, afraid of missing out. Now you move through the present like a traveler exploring sacred ground. You notice the sound of rain against the window, the warmth of your coffee, the weight of gratitude in your chest. You realize life was never rushing. It was waiting for you to slow down enough to see it. You start to see your past differently too. What once looked like failure now looks like formation. The tears you cried were watering seeds you didn't even know you had planted. Every closed door makes sense now. It wasn't rejection, it was redirection. Every season of silence was a setup for strength. Peace has made you wiser. You no longer ask for easy paths. You ask for steady feet. You don't pray for speed. You pray for sight. You understand that purpose often hides in patience. And that patience isn't punishment. It's proof that heaven trusts your endurance. When others worry, you wait. When they react, you reflect. You've learned the sacred rhythm of divine timing. It doesn't mean you've stopped caring. It means you've started seeing through heaven's lens. You recognize that what's delayed is often being refined, and what's hidden is often being protected. This kind of awareness gives you strength that can't be taught. It can only be lived. You know what it means to walk through dark seasons and still believe in dawn. You know the texture of trust when logic has no foothold. That's why your peace intimidates what once terrified you. You've walked through enough storms to know that lightning doesn't strike the same mountain twice. It only illuminates it. You are that mountain now. Still, silent, strong. You don't need to announce your stability. Your presence already speaks. The same winds that once shook you now brush against you gently. Unable to move what's rooted deep. This strength isn't hard, it's humble. It doesn't boast or demand. It simply stands. You've become a living reminder that true power doesn't have to prove itself. It just exists. Your peace has become your posture, your prayer, and your protection. And as you carry that peace, you notice how easily it translates into every part of life. Relationships feel lighter. Work feels more intentional. Even challenges feel purposeful. You no longer label things as good or bad. You label them as God is in this too. That's the kind of faith that keeps you free. Think of a garden in the middle of the desert, green, growing, untouched by the heat around it. That's your spirit now, surrounded by noise, yet nourished by something deeper. You don't absorb the dryness of the world, you release moisture into it. Every act of calm becomes an oasis for others. You've stopped needing to defend your peace. You simply live it. You no longer chase answers, you become one. You no longer pray for signs, you carry signals of grace wherever you go. This is the quiet victory of the chosen, to walk through fire and come out glowing, not burned, to face noise and remain unmoved, to be surrounded by questions and still choose confidence in the unseen. As this week unfolds, you walk differently. You no longer look for what's next, you walk with what's now. You trust that if peace brought you here, peace will lead you further. The silence that once scared you has become your sanctuary. And in that sanctuary, heaven keeps building the next version of your destiny. You are no longer waiting for the right season. You are the season. And wherever you walk, peace will follow like a shadow made of light. There's a calm confidence in you now, a quiet assurance that doesn't come from what you can control, but from what you've released. You're no longer clutching the steering wheel of your life with trembling hands. You've loosened your grip, and in that surrender, you've found stability. The world still moves fast, but you no longer feel dragged by it. You walk at your own divine pace. You've learned that peace isn't fragile, it's fierce. It doesn't avoid conflict, it outlasts it. It doesn't hide from storms, it anchors you through them. Every challenge that once felt like punishment has become a platform, lifting you higher in perspective. You now understand that your peace was never meant to protect your comfort, it was meant to preserve your calling. You're beginning to live differently. You listen to your spirit before your schedule. You move only when there's clarity. You've learned that busyness is not the same as purpose. Noise is not the same as confirmation. You no longer run toward every opportunity. You wait for alignment. And somehow, that waiting no longer feels like wasting. This is the wisdom of the chosen ones, knowing when to move and when to remain still. You used to fear stillness because it felt like falling behind. Now you realize it was actually your preparation ground. You were being refined in rooms no one could see, built in silence, so you could stand in strength. And look at you now, still soft, but unshakable, steel-kinned, but firm in peace. You've learned that real faith doesn't demand proof, it creates it. Everything around you begins to adjust to the calm you carry. You don't have to chase what's yours anymore. What's meant for you has recognized your frequency and is finding its way home. According to what is written in the book of Joshua, Chapter 1. Verse 9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That verse is no longer just a verse. It's your reflection. Strength and courage no longer feel like external armor. They've become the essence of your soul. You've learned that courage doesn't mean fear is gone. It means peace has taken charge. You still feel things deeply, but you no longer let emotions drive the direction of your destiny. You've entered the kind of faith that breathes instead of battles. You still pray, but your prayers sound different now. They're softer, simpler, more trusting. You no longer pray out of panic, you pray out of partnership. It's not God, fix this, anymore. It's God, flow through this. And heaven responds to that posture differently. Doors open more naturally. Opportunities appear without striving. You realize now that divine timing isn't about delay, it's about precision. What's arriving in your life right now isn't random, it's right on schedule. You can sense it. Something new is forming quietly. You don't know its full shape yet, but you feel it in your bones. It's the same way the air feels before rain, expectant, charged, peaceful. You've been prepared for this next phase, not by noise, but by nurture. There's a sense of maturity that rests in your voice now. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer explain, you embody. People around you notice that when things shake, you stay steady. That steadiness isn't denial, it's discernment. You've learned when to speak and when to stay silent. You've realized that your calm is your weapon and your witness. You're walking into a season where peace becomes influence. Without trying, you'll start shifting atmospheres simply by being there. Not because you demand attention, but because your energy carries evidence of endurance. You've survived too much to shrink now. And maybe this is what heaven was preparing you for all along, not the spotlight, but the substance. You weren't called to impress the world. You were called to impact it quietly. You are the living proof that faith works, that peace wins, that stillness saves. This Monday isn't ordinary, it's transitional. You may not see the full unfolding yet, but the ground beneath you is moving, not shaking with fear, but stirring with promise. Heaven has already begun rearranging things in your favor, and your only task is to stay aligned. When you trust this alignment, fear loses its argument, doubt loses its language. You stop asking, "What if it fails?" and start saying, "What if it's finally my time?" Because something deep inside you knows it is. And before this section closes, let's mark this shift in faith, just as you've marked others before, but this time with a new number, a number of open gates, of divine fulfillment, of completion, becoming continuation. If your heart feels this truth, comment the number 1111 below. Let it symbolize alignment, heaven and earth moving as one, your will and God's will breathing together. 11 represents order and awakening. The mirrored 1111 represents perfect synchronicity. When you write it, let it mean, I am aligned with peace. I am in rhythm with destiny. You're not typing digits, you're declaring design. You're saying, my timing is no longer random, my steps are orchestrated. It's not superstition, it's synchronization. The moment your spirit agrees, heaven accelerates what's already in motion. So take this small act and let it remind you of something enormous. You are not behind, not forgotten, not wandering. You are aligned. You are seen. You are exactly where you're supposed to be. And every quiet, steady heartbeat confirms it. When you type 1111, you're not summoning luck, you're acknowledging order. It's the visual echo of two paths walking side by side, heaven's and yours. It's a reminder that you've stopped chasing and started aligning, that your peace and your purpose now move in the same rhythm. This number doesn't predict your future, it reflects your present. It's a symbol of awareness, a quiet agreement that everything unfolding now is divinely timed. The stillness has begun to change shape. It's no longer just peace, it's power. You can feel it in the way you walk, the way you breathe, the way you face uncertainty with quiet eyes that no longer flinch. You've stopped reacting to life and started responding from wisdom. You don't carry the energy of survival anymore, you carry the posture of assurance. There's a maturity that only silence can build. It teaches you to wait without resentment, to act without impulse, to believe without evidence. You've learned that the things meant for you don't demand panic, they invite preparation. That's why this new calm feels different. It's not passive, it's prophetic. You're standing in a moment that your past self once prayed to see, and it's unfolding quietly, perfectly. You no longer wrestle with why. You've learned that why is heaven's word, not yours. You've accepted that some answers aren't meant to be spoken, they're meant to be lived. Every delay has become a language. Every disappointment, a doorway. You can trace the divine fingerprints in the very places you once called ruins. You've also realized that God's presence isn't always felt in the thunder. Sometimes it's in the whisper of an ordinary day. The way the wind moves through the trees, the way sunlight flickers through a passing cloud, it all speaks of the same thing, continuity. You're not being tested anymore, you're being trusted. You've grown into a person who no longer fears change because you've made peace with transition. Change doesn't threaten your stability anymore, it reveals it. You understand that transformation is never one grand event, it's thousands of small surrenders stitched together. You've surrendered enough to know that peace doesn't end when the world shifts, it adapts and remains. The ancient word reminds us in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 6, "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." Emdrin, that truth has become your rhythm. You no longer demand to know every step ahead. You acknowledge him in the step you're on. And that step becomes steady. The map unfolds as you move. The journey isn't about speed anymore. It's about surrender. Each morning, you rise with a quieter heart. The voice in your mind that once urged you to hurry now whispers to slow down. You move differently, like someone who knows that time isn't an enemy, but a servant. Every hour is holy when you live it with awareness. You've started to recognize divine timing in small patterns. The right word appearing at the right moment. A stranger's kindness when you needed confirmation. A delay that saved you from something unseen. These aren't coincidences, they're choreography. Heaven has been guiding you step by step, even in detours. This awareness softens you. You no longer fight every obstacle. You've realized that resistance often reveals direction. The stone that blocks the wrong path becomes the altar that marks the right one. You bless what hinders you because you trust it's helping you. It's strange how peace makes you more awake, not less. You notice things you used to overlook: the way your soul reacts to truth, the way false peace feels heavy, the way your body knows when your spirit isn't aligned. You've become sensitive to what's sacred, alert to what's holy, careful with what's empty. That sensitivity isn't fragility, it's discernment. You can tell now when a situation costs your peace before it begins. You can sense when a conversation lowers your frequency. You no longer tolerate what confuses your spirit. This isn't arrogance, it's stewardship. You've learned that protecting your peace is an act of worship. And in this awareness, gratitude keeps blooming. You thank God for lessons you once resented. You look back on pain and see preparation. You realize that every tear was a seed and every lonely night a classroom. You were being trained for stillness. And now that you've graduated, peace has become your diploma. Think of your heart as a lamp now. The oil that fills it is trust. Every time you rest, you refill. Every time you release control, the flame burns brighter. That's why you no longer run out of light when the world grows dim. You've learned how to remain illuminated from within. You've also learned that peace is not an individual achievement, it's a shared current. When you enter a space with calm, that calm spreads. It changes the tone of the room, softens tension, and opens hearts. You don't need to preach it, you simply need to be it. That's how heaven's presence moves through people who live like peace itself is their language. There's something deeply spiritual about simplicity. You've simplified your prayers, your pace, your priorities. You've learned that less noise means more meaning. The things that used to distract you no longer fit. You crave depth now, not drama. You choose restoration over reaction, wisdom over worry, solitude over approval. Your heart has become a compass, tuned to divine direction. You can feel when something aligns and when it doesn't. You no longer chase confirmation from others, you receive it from within. The peace that lives in you has become your guidance system. It's the inner voice that says, "This is the way. Walk in it." I'm one. This is maturity, not needing to explain your peace, not apologizing for your boundaries, not fearing new beginnings. You've stopped shrinking to fit old spaces. You've stopped watering down your truth to be digestible. You've learned that authenticity costs comfort, but it rewards you with clarity. And through it all, you remain gentle. Peace hasn't made you distant, it's made you deliberate. You don't rush love. You don't force healing. You don't chase what's meant to flow. You've become fluent in the language of patience. What you carry now is holy steadiness. You've been through storms, silence, fire, and faith, and still you rise, soft but unshaken. The proof of transformation isn't in how loudly you testify, it's in how quietly you live. So you keep walking, not because you need to arrive somewhere, but because you've realized that walking with peace is arrival. Every breath, every step, every pause, it's all sacred now. You've been walking in peace long enough now that it has become part of your nature, not just a goal. You no longer have to remind yourself to stay calm. It's who you are. This calmness doesn't come from passivity, it comes from power. You've learned that control isn't strength, trust is. The way you hold yourself now, quietly, steadily, is evidence that heaven's rhythm has taken root in you. Your heart used to race ahead of time, always chasing what was next. Now it beats in sync with the moment. You've realized that peace is not waiting for something to happen. Peace is what's happening. It's the quiet pulse of faith under every breath. You carry yourself differently these days. You walk through rooms that once drained you and leave light behind. You speak softer, but your words echo further. You've learned that the calmest person in the room often carries the most authority, not because they demand to be heard, but because they've mastered the art of listening. According to the writings in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 13, "For it is God who works in you to will and to act in order to fulfill his good purpose." Oh, that verse lives in your heart now. You no longer feel pressured to make things happen. You simply participate in what's already being done through you. God works in you before he works through you. And that realization frees you. It removes the weight of striving. You've discovered that obedience feels lighter than overthinking. And in this peace, something else begins to stir, a sense of gratitude that wants to move. You start to notice that peace, by nature, seeks to expand. It doesn't stay contained. It flows like a river, searching for dry ground to nourish. You can feel that gentle nudge in your spirit, the desire to let this peace travel, to let it reach others who need it, just like you once did. If your heart feels that too, let this moment become something more than words. Tap the like as though you were pressing your hand against the heartbeat of this message. Imagine that small motion as a sign of connection, a silent, "I feel this too." That single act becomes a shared pulse between souls who've all learned to find calm in chaos. Then, share this message the way sunlight spills across water, naturally, effortlessly, without asking permission. Sharing isn't about pushing something forward. It's about letting light continue its path. Somewhere, someone is standing in their own silence right now, waiting for a reminder that peace is possible. You could be the one who carries that light to them. And if this space has become a small reflection of home for your spirit, subscribe, not as a habit, but as an act of belonging. Picture it like returning to a garden you helped grow, a place where reminders bloom exactly when you need them. This isn't about notifications, it's about nourishment. You don't join to follow, you join to stay connected to the flow of grace. Each of these gestures, liking, sharing, subscribing, isn't digital noise. It's a continuation of peace. They're ripples in the same water, expanding softly, touching shores you may never see. Sometimes people ask, why do we share messages like these? The answer is simple: because light was never meant to stay trapped. The same way candles are made to be lit, peace is meant to be passed. The more it's given, the more it grows. Every time you share something that brings stillness, you become part of heaven's quiet revolution, turning anxiety into awareness, chaos into calm, and maybe, without realizing it, this is your ministry, not through sermons or speeches, but through presence, through every gentle act that says, peace is possible, and I choose it. You become a living parable of grace. Your like becomes a lantern. Your share becomes a bridge. Your subscription becomes a seed of continuity. None of it forced, all of it flowing. Imagine thousands of candles scattered across a vast field, each one representing a heart that's found peace again. One candle lights another, and another, until the darkness has no space left to exist. That's what this moment is. It's not marketing, it's ministry through light. And the beauty of light is this: it never loses itself by giving. When a flame lights another, it doesn't grow smaller, it grows stronger. That's what happens when you choose to engage with messages that carry truth. You amplify what heals instead of what hurts. If you could see the spiritual picture of what's happening each time peace is shared, you'd see waves of light traveling across continents, touching phones, hearts, and homes. What seems small on your screen is massive in eternity's view. You're not just reacting to words, you're participating in divine work. You've become part of something luminous and alive, a community of quiet warriors who carry serenity as their sword. No shouting, no fear, no frenzy, just peace that speaks louder than noise. And together, that peace becomes unstoppable. So, don't rush this moment. Let the stillness sit in your chest a little longer. Feel the weight of gratitude for how far you've come, and the tenderness of knowing you're not walking alone. What started as a whisper has become a wave. If peace has changed your life, let it continue through you, not out of obligation, but out of overflow. Tap. Share. Plant your roots here, because something in you knows this isn't just content. It's communion. And when you give from what healed you, heaven always gives more back. You've learned what it means to be a carrier of calm. This is the moment where your peace stops being private and becomes powerful. Let it travel. Let it touch. Let it teach. Because somewhere, someone's storm is waiting for your stillness. The air feels softer now, as if time itself has exhaled. You no longer feel like you're waiting for something to happen. You've learned that peace doesn't come at the end of a journey. It becomes the journey. Every step you take, every moment you pause, carries the quiet hum of harmony. You've stopped looking for signs and started living as one. The version of you that once fought for control has surrendered. You've realized that surrender doesn't mean giving up. It means giving in to divine flow. There's a difference between forcing life and following life, and this is the wisdom you've grown into. Peace comes when you stop fighting what's already working for you. This realization has transformed how you see everything. You no longer panic when doors close. You trust that closed doors are God's gentle redirections. You no longer fear endings because you've seen how every ending carried a beginning in disguise. You don't rush to fix what's broken. You give it room to breathe, to be rebuilt properly. That's peace in action, not passivity. But patience. It's strange how clear life becomes when you stop rushing it. The noise fades, and meaning emerges from the silence like stars after dusk. You start seeing divine fingerprints on things you once overlooked, the timing of a conversation, the rhythm of a delay, the peace in solitude. You've learned to interpret stillness as strategy. The sacred word speaks in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." That verse doesn't ask you to freeze. It invites you to focus. It doesn't say, do nothing. It says, no. And that's what you've come to embody. Your peace isn't denial of the storm. It's the knowing that the storm will never define you. You don't need control to feel secure. You have clarity. You carry this quiet, knowing like armor. People may misunderstand your calm as indifference, but it's not. It's intimacy with trust. You've seen enough to know that rushing doesn't accelerate blessings. It only distorts them. You wait differently now, not with frustration, but with reverence. This patience has changed the way you love. 2. You no longer love out of need, you love out of wholeness. You've learned that love grounded in peace doesn't cling, it coexists. It gives space without fear. It forgives faster because it doesn't need to win, it simply wants to heal. That kind of love is rare, but it's what you've become. You've also learned that peace doesn't mean you don't feel pain, it means you process it differently. You cry without crumbling. You grieve without losing gratitude. You allow emotions to pass through instead of letting them build walls inside you. You've become fluent in release. And now, you're entering a phase where everything begins to align with that energy. You'll start attracting things that match your calm people. Opportunities. Timing. Not because you're chasing them, but because peace magnetizes what's meant for you. You no longer chase. You attract. You no longer beg. You become. Your peace has made you sensitive to divine whispers. When something's wrong for you, you feel it immediately. When something's right, your spirit settles like a feather, finding its place. That sensitivity is sacred. It's heaven's guidance system living within you. You can trust it fully now because it's been refined through stillness. Think of yourself as a river. You don't resist the banks that guide you. You flow with them. You trust that the bends and curves of your path are leading somewhere purposeful. You've stopped trying to flow uphill. You've learned to rest in direction. This understanding brings a new kind of joy, one that isn't dependent on outcomes. You can celebrate without knowing what's next because you trust that next will always align with now. You've become at peace with uncertainty because you've learned that faith makes uncertainty safe. You live lighter these days. The burdens that once felt heavy have turned into blessings you can hold with gratitude. You've learned to look at life not as a series of problems to solve, but as experiences to embrace. Even the hard parts have hidden holiness. And here, in this moment of balance, you pause not to question, but to affirm, to acknowledge that this calm is not accidental, it's cultivated. It's what happens when you choose trust over tension, surrender over striving, wisdom over worry. If these words resonate with where you are, if they echo what you've been feeling deep in your spirit, take a small, symbolic act of alignment. Comment, "I choose peace," below. It's a simple phrase, but it's powerful. When you type it, you're not sending words into the void, you're sending energy into the world. You're declaring your agreement with heaven's pace. You're saying, "I won't let the noise outside silence the stillness within." And those three words are not a reaction, they're a reflection. They reflect everything you've learned and everything you've become. You're not choosing peace because life is easy, you're choosing it because it's eternal. And that choice echoes. It tells heaven that you're ready to walk as someone who no longer fears the in-between. It tells the world that calm is not weakness, it's witness. That silence is not surrender, it's strength. So take that moment, type it with intention. Let it mark this chapter as the one where you decided that peace is not a feeling, it's your foundation. You've chosen it. You've built it. And now, you carry it everywhere you go. The silence around you agrees. Heaven agrees. And as you walk forward, that agreement will speak louder than words ever could. There's a sacred rhythm in your life now. The days no longer blur together in worry or waiting. They flow like gentle waves that know where they're going. Even when the tide of uncertainty rises, your spirit doesn't panic anymore. It remembers that peace floats. You have become weightless in trust. And that trust has carried you through what others thought would drown you. The beauty of this stage is how effortless it feels. You don't wake up with anxiety in your chest anymore. You wake up aware of time, of grace, of meaning. You no longer rush into the day, you walk into it as if you're entering a sacred space. Every hour feels like an opportunity to practice peace. Every breath feels like a quiet prayer. You've begun to notice how peace reshapes even the smallest things. The way you pour your coffee, the way you answer a message, the way you pause before you respond. You are present now, not halfway between past regrets and future worries, but right here, completely. That presence has become your protection. The world hasn't slowed down, but you have. And because you've slowed down, you see more. You see the divine in details, the sunlight dancing on your walls, the laughter in a friend's voice, the way silence now comforts instead of confronting you. Life hasn't become easier, it has become holier. We are reminded through the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." 1. That verse isn't just ancient truth, it's current reality. You've seen it for yourself. Trouble still visits, but it doesn't stay. Fear still knocks, but it no longer enters. You've made your soul a refuge where only faith is allowed to live. That's not naivety, that's discernment. You know now that guarding your peace is not selfish, it's sacred. Peace has also made you more compassionate. You used to rush to fix everyone's pain. Now you understand that presence heals more than pressure. You've learned how to listen without needing to solve, to comfort without needing to speak. Sometimes the holiest thing you can offer another soul is quiet understanding. You've become comfortable with not being understood. 2. That used to hurt, to feel unseen or misread. But you realize now that being chosen often means being misunderstood. The path of peace isn't crowded because few are willing to walk it. It requires patience that the world doesn't glorify. But you walk it anyway. Not because it's easy, but because it's real. You see, peace is both shield and mirror. It protects you from chaos, but it also reflects who you've become. You no longer react to things that used to trigger you. You don't take things personally that were never about you. You can love people deeply without losing yourself in the process. That's maturity, a peace that knows how to keep its shape. You've also learned to trust timing in ways that used to frustrate you. What once felt like delay now feels like design. The pauses in your life have turned out to be the places where grace grew roots. Every time you thought you were stuck, heaven was actually setting the stage. You can sense that you're walking into something new. But this time, there's no panic about it. You're not chasing what's next, you're creating space for it. You know that the blessings you're meant to receive won't rush you. They'll recognize your peace and meet you there. You've become the kind of person who doesn't need to chase alignment, because alignment finds you naturally. Think of a tree in late autumn. The leaves fall, but the roots deepen. That's what's happening to you right now. What seems like shedding is strengthening. The things leaving your life are not losses. They're lessons that have completed their purpose. Every release is making room for renewal. There's a quiet confidence in knowing that you don't need to understand everything. You used to pray for clear signs. Now you pray for steady faith. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started saying, "Teach me." That simple shift has opened the heavens above you. Answers no longer come as sudden lightning. They come as steady light. The people who are meant to walk with you in this next season will feel peace in your presence before you even speak. You'll draw the right souls, not by persuasion, but by vibration. Peace recognizes peace, and when it does, connection becomes effortless. You're also learning that solitude is not loneliness, it's a sacred classroom. Some of your greatest revelations came in rooms where no one applauded. You discovered that heaven's voice is clearest in privacy. That's why you don't fear quiet anymore. You honor it. You know now that quietness isn't empty. It's full of instruction. And maybe that's the greatest mark of your growth. You're no longer chasing moments that look divine. You're living moments that are divine. You've realized that miracles are often disguised as ordinary days filled with extraordinary awareness. When you walk now, the ground feels different, softer, lighter, sacred, not because it changed, but because you did. You've learned how to tread gently through life, touching everything but clinging to nothing. You've learned to appreciate without possessing, to love without labeling, to believe without demanding. This is what maturity sounds like. It's not loud or proud. It's the sound of your spirit breathing easily, knowing that whatever comes next is already blessed by alignment. And so you continue not to find peace, but to expand it. Every breath, every pause, every moment you remain still becomes an offering. You are no longer just living, you're embodying serenity. Heaven smiles when it sees a heart that no longer panics in the pause. And as you move forward, that's what you carry. A peace that no storm can erase, and a faith that no silence can shake. The deeper you walk into peace, the more you realize it was never a destination. It's a way of life. You don't just feel calm, you live it. Peace has become the tone of your thoughts, the rhythm of your days, and the fragrance of your presence. It colors how you see the world and how the world sees you. It's not something you perform, it's something you've become. When you look back, you can barely recognize the version of yourself who used to rush, worry, or explain. That person lived in constant motion, always planning, always trying, always striving. But now, stillness has replaced struggle. You've learned that peace isn't found in having everything together. It's found in letting everything fall into divine order. It's strange how time feels slower now, yet fuller. You no longer dread the waiting, you inhabit it. Waiting has become a sacred rhythm rather than a restless delay. It's where wisdom forms, where perspective deepens, and where the presence of God feels closest. You used to believe that movement proved purpose, but now you know that stillness reveals it. You've stopped trying to understand every detail. You trust the one who holds them. When things unfold differently than expected, you no longer spiral into confusion. You simply breathe and say, even this will make sense in time. That single thought disarms anxiety. It shifts your focus from what's missing to what's meaningful. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, for the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Lo, that truth has taken root inside you. You no longer question the pace of your journey. You trust its precision. The slower seasons no longer feel like punishment. They feel like preparation. You've come to see that patience is not passive, it's prophetic. It means you believe God's timing more than your own impatience. Every delay you once cursed now looks like protection. Every silence you once feared now sounds like strategy. You see it so clearly now how everything that seemed still was actually moving in the unseen. You were never forgotten. You were being fine-tuned. You've also learned that peace isn't about removing pain, but about redeeming it. You can hold joy and grief in the same breath now. You've matured into someone who doesn't deny emotion, but directs it. You don't collapse under heartbreak. You let it shape your empathy. You've stopped asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and started asking, "What is this teaching me?" That shift has turned your wounds into wisdom. You notice how much lighter life feels when you stop fighting what's already finished. You no longer try to reopen closed chapters. You honor them for what they taught you and release them with gratitude. Closure, you've learned, doesn't come from answers, it comes from acceptance. There's also a growing gentleness in how you treat yourself. You no longer rush your healing. You no longer measure your growth by comparison. You celebrate progress, even when it's quiet. You've realized that peace means meeting yourself with grace at every stage of becoming, and that gentleness has spilled outward. You speak softer now, not because you're afraid, but because you're aware. You understand that words are seeds. You plant them carefully, knowing they grow in unseen soil. You've stopped needing to win arguments. You prefer to win understanding. You've learned that calm conversations heal more than loud conclusions. The relationships around you have begun to reflect that growth. Those who cannot walk with peace have drifted, not out of anger, but out of alignment, and you've learned not to chase them. Peace doesn't chase, it attracts. You trust that those meant to journey with you will always find their way back to your rhythm. You no longer fear solitude. It doesn't feel like isolation anymore. It feels like invitation. You've discovered that solitude is where God refills you, where your vision clears, where your heart realigns. You don't need to be surrounded to feel supported. You feel the invisible company of grace wherever you stand. Every now and then, you still face moments that test your calm. But instead of collapsing, you return to center. You breathe. You remember, you've built a foundation that no storm can shake. Even when fear knocks, it doesn't stay long. Peace answers the door now. This version of you, the one who trusts, who listens, who stays, is not accidental. You were shaped by divine timing, refined by quiet trials, strengthened by unseen mercy. The peace you carry is not just yours. It's heaven's signature written across your story. You're beginning to understand that peace isn't a season, it's a covenant. It's God's way of saying, no matter what happens outside, I remain inside. That truth keeps you steady when the world trembles. So you walk lighter, love deeper, and live slower. You no longer strive to prove your worth. You embody it. You no longer seek validation. You radiate assurance. You no longer chase blessings. You become one. And through it all, you keep learning this one lesson. When peace is your foundation, everything built on it will last. Storms may come, seasons may shift, but what's rooted in stillness cannot be shaken. That's who you are now, a keeper of peace, a carrier of calm, a living reminder that silence is not emptiness, it's evidence of divine presence. You've become a reflection of heaven's patience on earth, steady, unwavering, radiant in quiet strength. Your peace no longer depends on outcomes, it creates them. Where you go, calm follows. What you touch, steadiness blooms. You no longer have to seek signs, you've become one. Let the world rush, if it must. You've chosen rhythm over race. And because of that, you'll always arrive on time, walking hand in hand with grace, guided by the God who dwells in your stillness. The air feels alive with quiet expectancy, as though something sacred is approaching, not from the outside, but from within you. You've walked long enough through silence to know that what God builds in hidden places is never small. Every calm day, every still hour, every breath you've taken in trust has been construction foundations laid, roots deepened, peace solidified. You may not see the full structure yet, but you can feel it rising inside your spirit. This peace isn't temporary, it's transformational. It's the kind that reshapes the way you see yourself. You no longer identify with what broke you. You identify with what rebuilt you. The pain that once defined your story has become a passageway to purpose. The version of you standing here now carries wisdom that can't be taught, only lived. You no longer need validation for your worth. The evidence is in your endurance. You used to pray for peace as though it was something distant, something to earn or chase. Now you know it was never far away. Peace isn't a prize, it's a presence. It was waiting for you to stop running. And when you did, it met you. It covered you. It became the home you didn't know your heart was missing. You can feel heaven's fingerprints on your current season. The quiet doesn't scare you anymore because you've learned that stillness is God's preferred language. Every delay, every unanswered question, every moment of confusion was actually translation, teaching your heart how to hear differently. You don't just listen with your ears anymore, you listen with your peace. According to what is written in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, the glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, says the Lord Almighty, and in this place I will grant peace. And that promise resonates with where you are now. What's coming next isn't a repeat of what's been, it's a restoration so complete that it won't even resemble what you lost. Heaven isn't giving you back what was taken, it's giving you what couldn't exist until you healed. That's what divine peace does. It multiplies what once felt broken. You've entered a divine reset. The old worries no longer fit. The old patterns no longer apply. Even the old fears sound foreign now. You've been rewired for rest. Your soul no longer responds to chaos. It resists it, and that resistance is sacred. You've become a gatekeeper for peace, choosing carefully what enters your atmosphere. You've learned that every no is not rejection. Sometimes it's redirection. Every closed door is mercy in disguise. Every delay is heaven's way of saving you from misalignment. And you've stopped panicking when plans shift. You simply whisper, then something better must be forming. That kind of faith doesn't come from optimism, it comes from experience. The most powerful thing about this stage of your journey is that you no longer need external proof of progress. Your peace is the progress. You've realized that spiritual growth doesn't always look like expansion. Sometimes it looks like exhale. You've stopped fighting the pace of grace. You let things come to you in their right time because you finally trust the one guiding the clock. There's a quiet fire in you now, a conviction that doesn't need volume to be valid. You know who you are, whose you are, and what you carry. You no longer look for signs in the sky. You recognize them in your spirit. You are the sign that peace is possible after pain. But before this moment passes, let's mark it with intention. Just like prophets of old built altars after breakthroughs, you can mark this day with a symbol, a number that carries spiritual meaning. If your heart feels aligned with this peace, comment the number 7,777 below. Let it stand for divine completion and overflowing perfection. 7 has always represented rest after creation, and the repetition of 4 sevens signifies layers of fullness, peace in your past, peace in your present, peace in your future, and peace that flows beyond you into others. When you write 7,777, don't see it as digits, see it as declaration. You're saying, I'm entering into complete peace. I'm walking in divine rhythm. I'm no longer waiting for calm, I'm carrying it. You're aligning your spirit with heaven's pattern of wholeness. This is not superstition, it's symbolism. You're not trying to change your reality. You're agreeing with what's already true in it. You're acknowledging that God's glory rests on your current season, not your past one. You're confirming that what's being rebuilt in you is stronger than what was ever broken. Every time someone types that number, imagine it like a lantern being lit across the world. Small lights forming constellations of peace. One heart at a time. One agreement at a time. That's how heaven multiplies stillness through people who decide that calm isn't optional, it's their calling. You've reached a point where you no longer pray just to escape storms. You pray to understand their purpose. You no longer ask for easy days. You ask for peaceful ones. You don't need control anymore. You've learned that surrender is safer. And that's what 7,777 really means. Not perfection without pain, but peace without panic. It's a reminder that no matter how loud the world becomes, you've found your quiet center, a place where God speaks softly and your heart always recognizes his tone. So, as you finish this section, pause for a moment. Breathe deeply. Let the number linger in your spirit like a melody. Feel the completion. It represents not the end of your journey, but the beginning of your wholeness. Peace isn't just following you anymore, it's filling you. You're not waiting for a new season. You are becoming one. Every breath you take in gratitude is heaven's confirmation that the promise has arrived. You have entered the house of peace, and its glory will indeed be greater than before. Something shifts inside you when gratitude becomes your first response. It's not forced, it flows naturally. Like water, finding its way through stone. You wake each morning aware of how far you've come. Not just in distance, but in depth. Your peace has roots now, and those roots draw strength from something eternal. You no longer wake in worry, you wake in worship. Not the loud kind, but the quiet kind, the kind that breathes. Thank you. I'm still here. You begin to see how every step you took, even the ones that hurt, led you here to this stillness that feels sacred. The pieces of your life that once looked scattered now form a pattern. The brokenness that once embarrassed you now shines like stained glass, cracked, but illuminated. You realize that God never wastes pain. He turns it into purpose. There's a clarity that comes when you stop trying to earn grace and start living from it. You no longer strive to be enough. You simply rest in the truth that you already are. That rest changes the way you move through the world. It softens your tone, deepens your patience, expands your compassion. As written in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 16, verse 14, let all that you do be done in love. That single verse has become your compass. Everything you give, every word you speak, every choice you make, It's now filtered through love, not the emotional kind that rises and fades, but the eternal kind that gives without asking what it will get in return. Love, for you, is no longer a feeling, it's a posture. This love has started to flow through your peace like a river. You see it in how you treat people, how you forgive them, even when they don't apologize, how you choose gentleness when pride tempts you to prove a point, and perhaps most beautifully, you've started to love in ways that reach beyond yourself. That's what real peace does. It turns inward, healing into outward helping. You can feel that gentle pull now, can't you? The desire not just to receive peace, but to release it to become a vessel through which love, light, and hope can move. If that stirring resonates with you, then let this moment be more than a reflection. Let it be an action of love. Tap the like as if you were lighting a candle not to be seen, but to add to the warmth of what's already glowing here. Every light matters. Every act of agreement strengthens this circle of calm souls walking together through a noisy world. Share this message the way a traveler leaves footprints on a soft path. You never know who will step where you once stood. Someone, somewhere, might be in their longest night right now, and what you share could become their dawn. When you share peace, you multiply it, and multiplication has always been heaven's language. If your heart feels at home here, subscribe, not because you're asked to, but because you belong to this rhythm. Think of it as choosing to return to the well whenever your spirit thirsts. Every word here is drawn from that same source of calm, a reminder that God still speaks through peace. Every small action matters. A like is light. A share is a spark. A subscription is a seed planted in sacred ground. Together they create movement, quiet but mighty, carrying peace through timelines and hearts, turning isolation into illumination. And if giving isn't possible right now, know this: your presence alone is gift enough. Every time you pause to listen, every time you choose calm over chaos, you're already contributing to something holy. This community exists because hearts like yours keep saying yes to love, to grace, to peace that outlives the moment. So whether you share, reflect, or simply stay, thank you. Every act, every gesture, every quiet, yes, sustains this flow. Together, we've built something sacred, a haven of calm in a restless world. You're not just a listener, you're a light keeper. Every like is a spark. Every share, a reflection. Every heart that returns here adds one more flame to a constellation of peace stretching across the earth. So, as you sit in this stillness, take one more breath of gratitude. Feel how far you've come. You've turned pain into purpose, isolation into illumination. And now, through your presence, peace continues its journey outward, touching lives you'll never meet, but souls that will one day whisper, "Someone's light reached me." That's what all of this is for. Not fame, not numbers, not noise. Just light, just love, just the gentle continuation of what began in silence and grew into strength. And maybe that's the miracle of it all, that something so quiet could travel so far. Peace doesn't need wings or words. It moves through willing hearts. Somewhere, across time zones and screens, your calm is colliding with another person's chaos and softening it. You may never see their face, but your stillness is already speaking their language. Because light doesn't ask for recognition, it just shines. You've learned that the most powerful things often go unnoticed. The kind gesture, the silent prayer, the steady heart that refuses to give up. These are the invisible victories that shape eternity more than applause ever could. You are one of those quiet victors now. Every time you choose calm instead of conflict, grace instead of grudges, love instead of fear, you participate in heaven's quiet revolution. The world changes not through noise, but through nurture, through souls like yours who carry peace like its oxygen. So breathe deeper, rest longer. Let your peace reach further than your words. The ripple will continue. Long after this moment ends, what started as a whisper in your own storm is becoming a song for others. And as that melody spreads, remember, this was never coincidence. It was calling. You were meant to be here, glowing gently in a world that desperately needs the light you carry. Peace feels different now. It's not something you visit, it's where you live. The noise of the world still exists, but it no longer owns space in your heart. You've built a sanctuary within yourself, a quiet room where fear has no authority. You don't need to escape life to find calm anymore. You carry calm into life. Every step you take feels guided by something higher. Stedia. You wake up not wondering what will happen, but trusting that whatever happens will meet you with grace. There's a serenity in your steps now, one that doesn't come from certainty, but from surrender. You no longer chase signs, you walk by the light you already carry. You've become fluent in divine timing. What once felt like delay now feels like rhythm. You know that peace doesn't rush, and blessings never arrive late. You trust that everything has a sacred sequence, and your job isn't to control it, it's to flow with it. Your silence has matured into wisdom. You've learned that not every truth needs to be spoken to be understood. Sometimes peace is the loudest message of all. You speak when led, not when provoked. You no longer argue to be right. You stay silent to remain aligned. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 27, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." And that verse has become your resting place. You no longer wait for peace to be granted. It's already yours. You understand that divine peace isn't fragile. It's fierce. It stands firm even when everything else wavers. You've learned that real peace isn't the absence of chaos. It's the mastery of it. You've stopped apologizing for choosing calm in a culture addicted to chaos. You no longer feel guilty for saying no to things that drain your energy. Protecting your peace is no longer selfish, it's stewardship. You've been entrusted with this stillness, and you tend it carefully, the way a gardener tends sacred soil. The old you used to seek validation through noise posting, proving, performing. The new you seeks meaning through quiet listening, learning, living softly. You've realized that authenticity speaks louder than any announcement. Your peace has made you magnetic. People sense it even before they understand it. You carry the kind of calm that doesn't need an audience. You've become a lighthouse, not by effort, but by essence. Lighthouses don't chase ships, they simply shine. And those in the storm find them. That's who you are now, steady light in shifting waters. You've learned that you can't save everyone, but you can stay peaceful enough to show them it's possible. Your example will become someone else's evidence that peace is attainable. And that's the quiet way. Heaven works. It changes the world, one peaceful person at a time. Even when uncertainty knocks, you no longer answer with panic. You've built boundaries made of belief. You remind yourself, if I've been carried this far, I won't be dropped now. That confidence isn't arrogance, it's assurance born from experience. You've seen too much divine consistency to doubt divine care. Think of peace like the ocean, calm on the surface, powerful beneath. It may look still, but it holds infinite depth. That's you now, calm, but not empty, soft, but not weak. You've learned how to hold power quietly, how to influence atmospheres without forcing outcomes. Your relationships reflect this shift too. You no longer cling out of fear of loss, you connect out of abundance. You've stopped confusing proximity with purpose. You know who to keep close and who to bless from afar. Your peace has become your compass. It points you toward what's true, and it warns you when something isn't. You've reached a stage where gratitude has become your natural reaction. Even small moments, a smile, a sunrise, a quiet night feel monumental. You realize that miracles were never missing. They were always hiding in the ordinary. You just needed stillness to see them. Now, as you breathe in this awareness, take a moment to acknowledge it. This peace is your proof. It's the sign that the work wasn't wasted, the silence wasn't in vain, and the waiting wasn't empty. Everything has been leading to this sense of stability, this calm confidence that whispers, "You made it." And if your spirit feels that truth, if this message resonates deep in your chest, reminding you that you've found what you once feared was impossible, then take a moment to anchor it in the simplest way. Comment, "I am still," below. Those 3 words are not just a statement, they are a declaration. You're saying, "I remain rooted when everything else moves." You're affirming that peace is no longer temporary, it's permanent. You're aligning your identity with stillness, claiming your place in the divine rhythm of rest. When you write, "I am still," you're not saying life has stopped, you're saying your soul has settled. You're announcing that storms no longer scare you because you've learned who calms them. It's not an act of defiance, it's an act of faith. Let it echo for a moment. Feel what it means. To be still is to trust. To trust is to rest. And to rest is to reign. The world may rush around you, but you've learned the secret. Peace always moves slower than panic, yet arrives right on time. So, type it softly, intentionally. Let it be your reminder that you are not lost in the noise, you are anchored in the quiet. Let your comment become your covenant with calm, because from this point forward, stillness isn't what you practice, it's who you are. The deeper you walk into peace, the more you understand that it was never meant to be a moment, it was meant to be your identity. What once felt like an emotion has become an atmosphere. You carry it without effort now, like fragrance on your skin, like sunlight on your shoulders. Wherever you go, calm follows, not because life has grown easier, but because your spirit has grown wiser. You no longer ask for peace to return after chaos. You've learned to keep it through chaos. It's become your foundation, your compass, your quiet power. This isn't the fragile kind of peace that cracks under pressure. This is the kind forged in silence, shaped through surrender, tested by storms. It's the peace that knows who God is, even when nothing makes sense. Each day feels softer now, even when it's full. You move with intention instead of impulse. You no longer rush to fill silence. You let it teach you. You've discovered that stillness speaks, and its language is understanding. Where others see delay, you now see direction. Where others see loss, you see layers of growth hidden inside pain. There's a wisdom that comes only from living through what once scared you. You've stood in the middle of storms that once made you tremble, and yet you didn't break. You learned to let the wind move around you without moving you. You discovered that sometimes the miracle isn't that the storm stops, it's that you can sleep through it. You no longer seek to explain everything. You've grown comfortable with mystery. You understand now that faith doesn't always provide answers, it provides assurance. You've stopped needing reasons to rest. You rest because you trust. This is maturity, the quiet confidence that says, even if I don't know how, I know who. According to the writings in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 35, so do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded. That verse feels like it was written for this exact moment in your life. You've spent seasons learning how to hold on to peace. Now you're learning how to hold on to confidence. Not the loud kind that needs applause, but the sacred kind that whispers, I know I'm aligned. You no longer measure faith by feelings. Even when you can't feel it, you know it's there. That knowing has become your anchor. You've begun to see how peace and confidence are twins. They walk together. When your peace deepens, your confidence rises. They feed each other in divine rhythm. One reminds you that God is near. The other reminds you that you're capable of walking with Him. You're no longer fragile in faith. You're fortified. People might not understand the depth of what has happened within you, but they can sense it. There's a steadiness in your eyes, a softness in your words, a weight in your presence. You've become a walking testimony that not all healing screams. Some healing hums softly and consistently, and it transforms everything it touches. The most beautiful part of your transformation is how naturally it fits you now. You don't force peace, you flow in it. You don't try to prove your faith, you embody it. You don't chase blessings, you recognize them. The rhythm of grace has become the rhythm of your days. When things around you shift, you no longer panic. You've learned that everything temporary bows to what's eternal. The noise of the world can't interrupt the song of your spirit anymore. You've become untouchable in a holy way, not untouchable from people, but untouchable by fear. You can see now that what once looked like waiting was actually preparation for this confidence. Every prayer you prayed in silence was building strength unseen. Every tear you cried was watering the ground beneath your faith. Nothing was wasted. The very moments you thought were empty were the ones heaven used to shape your endurance. You now understand what peace costs and why it's worth it. It cost you pride, hurry, control, and people who couldn't walk your pace. It cost you the comfort of old chaos. But in exchange, you received something priceless: clarity, purpose, and rest. The trade was holy, and it left you whole. Think of your heart as a field that once lay barren. Storms plowed through it, leaving deep furrows in the soil. But those furrows became space for seeds. And now, in their season, everything blooms. The harvest doesn't arrive with noise, it unfolds with grace. And just as nature never rushes the blooming, you've stopped rushing your becoming. You trust that what's planted in you will flourish at its appointed time. You no longer compare your season to someone else's. You honor your own timing. You've learned that peace and purpose mature quietly. without needing to prove themselves. You also understand that not everyone can go where peace is taking you. Some will misunderstand your calm, mistake it for distance, or think you've changed. And you have, but not in the way they assume. You've changed from constant striving to steady surrender. You've stopped reacting to everything around you and started responding to what's within you. There's no bitterness in your transformation, only gratitude. You thank God for the storms that shaped you, for the silences that taught you, for the losses that cleared space for growth. You don't carry resentment into the next season, you carry reverence. You understand that everything, even pain, can become sacred when seen through the lens of peace. And perhaps that's the final stage of this journey, not perfection, but perspective. You realize that peace doesn't mean life stops being unpredictable. It means that your heart no longer mirrors its unpredictability. You stay steady, even when the ground shifts. You walk softly, speak truthfully, love deeply, and rest freely. You've become the living embodiment of divine rhythm, steady steps, sure heart, calm breath. You don't chase proof anymore. You are the proof. The light in your eyes tells your story without words. It says, I've been through storms, but I've learned how to walk on water. So you continue, one peaceful step at a time, into whatever heaven unfolds next. You no longer need to see the entire path to move forward. You just need to stay in sync with the one who paved it. And that, truly, is what it means to live in peace that surpasses understanding. There's a stillness that no longer feels like waiting, it feels like worship. You've reached the kind of peace that no longer depends on circumstance, but radiates from conviction. It's not fragile anymore. It doesn't waver when plans shift or when prayers take longer to unfold. It stands like a tree rooted deep in unseen water, its strength invisible, its endurance undeniable. You wake now with an awareness that everything, every conversation, every pause, every breath is part of a greater rhythm. You're not lost in the motion of life. You've become part of its harmony. You no longer chase blessings. You breathe them in. What once felt like striving now feels like surrender. And that surrender has become your strength. You've learned how to live gently. You move through the world like someone who knows that everything sacred is also sensitive. You no longer force what's not ready or cling to what's complete. You let things come and go with grace, trusting that whatever belongs will find its way. The seasons don't scare you anymore. They simply remind you that change is a language God uses to keep life alive. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 15, verse 13, May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him, so that you may overflow with hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. That verse feels like a reflection of who you've become, overflowing. You used to think peace was something to hold, but now you understand it's something to pour. You no longer hoard calm, you release it. You let it move through you, like wind through open windows, refreshing whatever space you enter. You've become a vessel that carries heaven's atmosphere into earthly moments. This is what maturity feels like: soft, stable, certain. You've stopped asking for signs that you're on the right path, because peace itself has become the sign. It hums quietly inside you, a frequency that confirms you're exactly where you need to be, and even when you can't see what's next. You trust that your spirit will recognize it when it arrives. There's a subtle beauty in the way you walk now. You no longer move from fear of missing out. You move from fullness. You've discovered that you can only overflow when you stop leaking energy into anxiety. You've sealed those leaks with boundaries, grace, and discernment. You know when to speak and when to stay silent, when to act and when to rest. You understand that silence is not absence, it's preparation. Every quiet moment is building something in you. You used to see stillness as unproductive, but now you see it as sacred construction. You're being shaped for something lasting, something that won't collapse under the weight of noise. Peace has refined your perception too. You notice how quickly the world demands reaction, instant opinions, instant validation, instant everything. But you've stepped out of that rhythm. You no longer rush to respond. You let truth simmer before you serve it. You let time clarify what emotion tries to complicate, and because of that, your words carry weight when you finally speak. You're also learning to forgive faster, not because people always deserve it, but because your peace always does. You refuse to hand your calm over to bitterness. You don't carry resentment anymore. You release it before it roots. You've learned that holding on to anger is like keeping a storm in your pocket. It ruins what you're meant to protect. When you look around now, everything feels different, even if nothing has changed. That's the power of perspective. Peace hasn't altered your surroundings, it's altered your sight. You no longer see through the lens of lack, but through the lens of learning. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started saying, "Thank you for trusting me with this." That gratitude has become your gravity. It grounds you when emotions rise. It pulls you back to truth when circumstances tempt you to drift. You've learned that joy isn't the absence of sorrow, it's the awareness that God's goodness remains, even in sorrow's shadow. You can trace your growth in the way you respond to difficulty. Now, where you once would have panicked, you now pause. Where you once would have doubted, you now discern. Peace has given you new reflexes, no longer reactionary, but responsive. You're not numb, you're nurturing your energy wisely. Think of your spirit like a candle. It doesn't fight darkness, it simply shines. And when the winds of life blow, you no longer fear being extinguished. You've learned how to bend without breaking. Even when storms pass through, your flame doesn't vanish, it dances. That's what resilience in peace looks like. Flexible, alive, constant. And the beautiful thing about your light is that it's never about visibility, it's about presence. You don't need to be seen to be significant. You've realized that purpose isn't performance, it's alignment. When you walk in peace, heaven notices, even if the world doesn't. There's also a sense of timelessness about the way you live now. You no longer measure days by productivity, but by presence. You end each night not by counting achievements, but by counting awareness, how much of the day you lived awake, how much love you gave freely, how much peace you kept intact. You've stopped trying to fix every problem and started focusing on staying centered through them. You know that some answers are meant to find you, not be forced out. You've made peace with not knowing everything, because you trust the one who does. That trust has made you lighter, freer, more alive. Every part of you now hums with quiet certainty. You know that storms may come, but you've been trained by tranquility. You've walked through fire and learned that peace doesn't burn, it purifies. You've endured endings and discovered that peace doesn't crumble, it transforms. So you stand here, calm but powerful, silent but full of sound. The stillness around you is not emptiness, it's evidence that heaven has finished its work in this phase of your becoming. And as you breathe, you realize this is not an ending, but an entering. You're stepping into a peace that no longer has to be protected. It protects you. And that, truly, is the final miracle of stillness. It stops being a practice and becomes your nature. You don't find it anymore. You are it. There's a certain kind of quiet that only arrives after long obedience, after seasons of confusion, surrender, and renewal. You feel it now like sunlight after rain. It doesn't announce itself loudly. It settles softly, filling every corner of your being with assurance. You've walked through valleys that tried to convince you peace was a myth. Yet, here you stand still, sure, steady. You used to think peace would come when everything around you finally calmed down. But now you know it came when you did. The world hasn't grown gentler. Your soul has grown grounded. The storms didn't stop. You simply stopped living inside them. You learned that peace isn't an escape from reality. It's engagement with it. From a higher perspective, the days feel different now. Even your breathing has changed, slower, deeper, deliberate. You no longer rush to fill your calendar or your conversations. You give yourself permission to pause, to think, to feel. You've learned that life isn't measured by how much you do, but by how present you are while doing it. This calm confidence hasn't made you passive, it's made you powerful. You understand that stillness isn't weakness, it's strategy. The quiet doesn't mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening in divine timing. You've learned to trust motion even when it's invisible. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 17, verses 7 and 8. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. They will be like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes. Its leaves are always green. Oh, that's you now, the tree by the stream. Your peace doesn't depend on the season. It's rooted in the source. The droughts that dry others don't touch your roots. You draw nourishment from depths unseen, and that makes you resilient. You no longer pray for storms to stop. You pray for roots that reach deeper. You've stopped living in extremes. No more all or nothing. No more high and low. You've found balance, the quiet middle where God's voice is clearest. You've discovered that peace isn't a place of passivity but precision. You act with discernment now. You no longer react to pressure. You respond to purpose. This balance shows up in the way you love. 2. You no longer chase affection or withdraw in fear. You've learned that true love grows best in peace. You no longer confuse chaos with passion. You seek connection that feels like home, safe, steady, sacred. You give love freely but not foolishly. You understand that love rooted in peace never has to perform to prove itself. Your friendships have shifted too. Some faded quietly. And for the first time, you didn't fight to keep them. You realized that endings don't always mean failure. They sometimes mean fulfillment. You bless people as they go because you trust that what's meant to stay will never need to be forced. Peace has freed you from the illusion that you have to hold everything together. Even your prayers have changed. They're no longer long lists of requests, but short conversations of trust. You don't beg God to fix things. You thank Him for already being in them. You've learned that prayer isn't about persuading heaven. It's about aligning with it. You speak less, but believe more. And that quiet faith has become your fortress. You can feel how different your energy is now. You no longer enter rooms trying to prove your worth. You simply arrive, and peace precedes you. You've learned to let your presence do the work your words once tried to do. People feel safer around you, not because you solve their problems, but because you don't add to their storms. This new awareness has made life beautifully simple. You don't crave grand revelations every day. Sometimes a sunrise feels like enough. Sometimes a small moment of laughter feels like a miracle. You understand now that peace doesn't always roar. Sometimes it hums quietly in the ordinary. You no longer fear the future either. The unknown doesn't intimidate you, it intrigues you. You trust that whatever waits ahead already contains the grace to meet you there. You've seen too many endings turn into beginnings to doubt that pattern now. You walk by faith, not as theory, but as rhythm, and you've realized something deeper. Peace doesn't just protect you from chaos, it prepares you for calling. You can feel it in your bones. The more peace you carry, the clearer your purpose becomes. Noise used to drown out direction, but now silence amplifies it. You know what's next, not because you see it, but because your spirit recognizes the feeling of alignment. Think of peace as an invisible map. It doesn't show every turn, but it keeps you on the right path. When your heart is still, you sense the next step naturally. When confusion rises, you return to your breath, to that sacred inner compass that always points toward truth. You've also discovered that maintaining peace doesn't mean avoiding conflict. It means approaching it differently. You no longer argue to win, you engage to understand. You no longer retaliate from hurt, you respond from healing. You don't shrink from tension, you soften into it, letting compassion bridge what pride once broke. And through it all, one truth remains. Peace has made you unrecognizable in the best way. The things that once triggered you no longer move you. The voices that once defined you no longer direct you. You don't need everyone's approval because you've learned to live in divine acceptance. There's no striving left in you, only surrender. And it shines. You've become a living example of what happens when someone lets go and lets grace lead. You carry peace like a fragrance the world can't quite name, but everyone feels. It's quiet. Yes, but it lingers long after you've gone. So you stand here, not at the end, but at the edge of deeper stillness. The journey hasn't finished, it has shifted. You're no longer seeking peace outside, you're expanding peace within. Every moment is holy now, because you finally understand. The presence of God is not a place you enter, it's the posture you live from. And from that posture, everything else falls into place without noise, without rush, without fear, just peace. It feels almost unreal. This stillness that has become your home. You stand on the other side of so much noise. And for the first time, the silence doesn't feel empty, it feels earned. You've learned that peace is not the absence of sound, but the presence of order. Everything in you has found its rightful rhythm, and you no longer move out of fear or demand. You move from rest, from clarity, from divine cadence. The journey here wasn't easy. It was built through pauses that felt like abandonment, through endings that felt unfair, through lessons you didn't ask for but needed. Yet, when you look back now, you see it clearly. None of it was wasted. The detours were directions, the heartbreaks were holy, and the waiting was working. You were being shaped for stillness long before you knew how to hold it. You've become fluent in surrender, not the kind that feels like defeat, but the kind that feels like alignment. You no longer beg heaven to bend toward your plans, you bend toward his. You've discovered that obedience isn't about control, it's about cooperation. When you stopped fighting for your way, peace found its way to you. There's a softness in your soul now, but it's not fragility, it's refinement. You've been through fire, and yet you carry no ash, only glow. The same flames that once threatened to destroy you have purified you instead. You've learned that divine peace is not delicate, it's indestructible. It survives disappointment. It survives delay. It survives doubt. The sacred word reveals in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 7, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." You understand that verse now not as poetry, but as proof. You've lived it. You've felt peace guard you when fear tried to enter. You've seen it protect your heart when chaos knocked on your door. Peace has become your gatekeeper, standing watch over your emotions, your words, your steps. You no longer need to defend your calm, it defends you. This kind of transformation doesn't shout, it hums. It hums in your laughter, in your pauses, in your quiet confidence that God is working even when you cannot see Him. You no longer chase miracles, you recognize that your existence, your healing, your breath are miracles themselves. And yet, peace has not made you passive. It has made you precise. You see clearly what's worth your energy and what's not. You no longer give attention to what drains you, nor justification to what misunderstands you. You protect your focus the way a shepherd guards the flock, patiently, attentively, without aggression, but with unwavering resolve. You've discovered that peace and purpose are inseparable. The more you rest, the more revelation flows. The quieter your mind becomes, the louder God's voice sounds. You've realized that He was never silent. The volume of your worry just used to drown Him out. There's something deeply freeing about not needing to know everything anymore. You trust divine timing so completely that curiosity no longer breeds anxiety. You don't rush clarity, you allow it to arrive naturally, like dawn after night. You've learned that God's answers don't shout, they unfold. This revelation has changed how you view success. It's no longer about doing more or being more, it's about being aligned. You define progress by peace now, not by pace. You understand that what you build in rest will outlast what others build in rush. There's a quiet confidence in that, a faith that doesn't need to prove itself to feel secure. Your relationships reflect this new rhythm too. You attract people who match your calm, who honor your pace, who recognize your boundaries not as walls, but as walls of protection around something sacred. You no longer beg to be understood. You live in such clarity that those meant for you can't miss your truth. Even solitude feels different now. You no longer see it as absence, it's abundance. The silence that once scared you now refills you. You meet God there, not as a stranger, but as a friend. You've discovered that the holiest conversations often happen without words, just awareness, just presence, just being. And so, this is where your story rests, not in the noise of achievement, but in the quiet of arrival. You're not reaching anymore, you're residing. You've stepped into the peace you once prayed for, and it fits you perfectly. You've become the calm you used to chase. There will still be storms. Of course, life doesn't promise immunity, only intimacy. But now you know that peace doesn't prevent storms, it prepares you for them. It doesn't stop the winds, it anchors you through them. You'll feel them pass, but they'll never shake what's been built within. You've walked through wilderness and found your way home without a map, only a compass made of faith. You've proven that surrender isn't weakness, it's wisdom. You've become living evidence that peace isn't a luxury for the lucky, it's the inheritance of the faithful. So, as you breathe in this moment, realize this isn't an ending. It's a beginning wrapped in stillness. The journey that started in chaos ends in clarity. And what comes next will flow from here, from calm, from confidence, from connection. You are no longer the seeker, you are the space. The peace of God doesn't just surround you anymore, it lives within you, guards you, and guides you. That peace will follow you wherever you go, not as something fragile to protect, but as something powerful that protects you. You've become what the world is desperate to remember, that stillness is strength, and rest is revelation. This is not the end of your story. It's the rhythm you'll walk to for the rest of your life. Steady, serene, unshakable. You've reached the still point of the journey, the quiet horizon where every word before this one has been leading. The storms, the silence, the surrender, all of it brought you here. You are standing inside the peace you once prayed for. Take a moment. Breathe it in. Feel what it means to have made it through, not by force, but by faith. You've discovered that peace was never a prize at the finish line. It was the path itself. Every pause, every whisper, every moment you chose not to give up became a stone in the road that carried you home. You didn't find calm because life got easier. You found it because you became stronger. You've become proof that stillness isn't weakness, it's quiet power. And now, as this chapter closes, something beautiful begins. The story isn't ending, it's expanding through you. The words you've heard are no longer just sentences, they're seeds. When you walk out into the world, those seeds will grow in every act of patience, every kind word, every choice to love when it would be easier to shut down. You've become a living echo of calm in a world that runs on chaos. If this message has met you in the right moment, if it found you in the middle of your own storm and reminded you that peace is still possible, then let your response be gentle but real. Tap the like as if you were lighting a small candle in gratitude for the journey. One quiet flame, one simple gesture, saying, I received what I needed. Then, if your heart tells you, share this message the way ripples spread across still water, naturally, effortlessly, without force. Somewhere, someone is standing where you once stood, tired, uncertain, searching for calm. What you pass forward might become the very light they've been waiting for. And when you're ready, subscribe, not out of habit, but as a way of staying connected to this current of peace. Think of it as returning to a place that understands your rhythm, a small sanctuary in the middle of noise, where reminders of stillness continue to flow into your days. Before you go, pause once more and leave a comment, even if it's only a few words. Write what this journey stirred in you, or simply whisper gratitude through your fingertips. Your words might be the thread that ties another soul to hope. You never know how far one expression of peace can travel, because this moment, this space, this silence shared between us isn't coincidence. It's continuation. Peace doesn't end when the message does. It multiplies. It moves from one heart to another, like light passing hand to hand. And by being here, by feeling, by believing, You've already become part of that movement. So thank you for listening, for staying, for walking this path of peace with open hands and a steady heart. Thank you for proving that faith can be quiet and still be strong, that gentleness can be power, and that healing doesn't always need to be loud to be real. You carry the calm now, wherever you go next. Take it with you. Let your words heal, your presence soften, your spirit remind others that stillness is sacred. You are the evidence that peace endures, that it outlasts noise, outshines fear, and outlives every storm. If these words have wrapped around you like warmth, let them live through you now. Like, share, subscribe, comment, not as tasks, but as tributes, not out of pressure, but out of peace. Because what we keep fades, but what we give away glows forever. This is where the story pauses, but the light keeps moving through you.